No, I can't hear you.
Can you
You
hear
guys
us
are on
now?
mute. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me
Can
now?
you hear me?
We can hear you, but can you
Okay.
hear? Can you hear
Can I
us?
go on with my introduction?
Can you hear me, Magistrate?
Can you hear what we're saying? Can you hear us?
No, she can't hear.
Can you hear us?
I see hands moving, but I can't hear you guys. I just want to make sure that you're able to hear me and that everyone else can hear me.
We hear you, Magistrate, but I think you're not hearing the.
Unmute. Okay, try now, speak, and then let me see if I can hear you.
Testing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure what was going on here.
Okay.
I just put up my volume. I assume my volume was low.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. All right. Now I need to remember where I left off. Let's see. Okay. Okay, try now. Is an echo. All right, so. I'll start over. When your case is called, the property owner, agent for the property owner, and any witness that you may have should come forward to the podium on the left. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading this as if we were actually in the room together. So when asked, please speak directly into the microphone and say aloud your name, your business, your mailing address, and your relationship to the property. If you are not the property owner or an attorney representing the property owner, then you must present a Guys, I have an echo here. Are you guys hearing me twice?
Ask her if she's on 2 devices.
Are you using 2 devices, Magistrate?
I'm sorry?
Using 2 different devices?
No. Let me double check. I shouldn't be. Hold on.
We can hear your echo as well.
Echo here. Ah. Are you guys?
Perhaps you have 2 Zoom screens open?
I think so. Yeah. I just closed it.
Daniel?
Okay, this is technology for you. I should be okay now. I'm going to start from the top. Okay, once again, the purpose of this hearing is to determine if a code violation exists at your property as observed and cited by a code enforcement officer of your city. If the city is not able to prove its case, then I will dismiss the case and you may leave. These proceedings are being recorded. Therefore, all persons who are speaking should do so one at a time to ensure that all testimony is clearly audible on the recording device. If English is not your primary language, then please inform me when I call your case. We have a translator who will assist you during the proceedings. When your case is called, the property owner, agent for the property owner, or any witness that you may have should come forward to testify. When asked, Please speak directly into the microphone and say aloud your name, your business or mailing address, and your relationship to the property. If you are not the property owner or an attorney representing the property owner, then you must present a notarized power of attorney affidavit in order for your testimony to be taken on behalf of the property owner. For new cases, you will be asked for the record if you are aware of and understand the violation that is being heard today. And do you understand what is required to resolve the violation? Please answer accordingly. The city will present its case first, and then the property owner and or violator will be given an opportunity to testify on their own behalf, to bring forward witnesses to testify, to present evidence and photographs, and to cross-examine the city's witnesses. Following the case presentation, I will issue a finding of fact on the case. If I find that a violation of city codes exists or existed at your property, then depending on the case type, I will set an abatement date for the violation to be resolved. Or for repeat violations, I will impose a daily fine amount. For new, non-repeat cases, my order will include an abatement date by which you must resolve the violation and a daily fine amount that I may impose at a future hearing date should the violation not be resolved by the abatement date. For appeals of civil citations, I will enter a ruling either affirming or reversing the citation. If the citation is affirmed, I will enter an order assessing a civil penalty, court costs, and a compliance date. If the violator does not comply by the compliance date, continuing fines and penalties will be assessed. If I find sufficient cause to postpone enforcement action at this time, I will table this case proceeding to another hearing date in the future. If you do not agree with my finding of fact and or ruling, then the property owner may appeal the administrative order on the case to the circuit court. An appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the execution of the administrative order to be appealed. In accordance with Florida statutes, if a person decides to appeal any decision made by the special magistrate with respect to any matter considered at these proceedings, then the person will need a verbatim record of the proceeding. This record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. The cost of obtaining the verbatim record shall be the sole responsibility of the appellant. And it is recommended that persons who plan to appeal their case should provide their own court reporter at this proceeding. Pursuant to city codes, if the city of North Miami prevails in prosecuting a case before the special magistrate, the city shall be entitled to recover all costs incurred in prosecuting the case. The current cost assessment amount is $100 per case. Once the city records an order that imposes a fine and authorizes a lien against the property, then the city will charge additional administrative fees to record and release the lien. Okay. If we are, do we have everyone present who will be testifying? Are you going to swear everybody in at once or once we call their case?
She's saying about the swearing in. I'm going to swear in everybody at the same time. What are you going to do?
Madam Magistrate, may the clerk the virtual instructions before we do the swearing in? Madam Magistrate, can you hear?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Are you okay with the clerk giving the virtual instructions prior to doing the swearing in?
Sure, go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for participating in today's special magistrate hearing. I will review the process by which today's hearing will be conducted. Make sure your device is muted at all times unless you are giving testimony on a case. If you're using two devices to participate in today's hearing, be sure your audio is only enabled on one device. If you registered in advance for today's hearing, your case will be given priority. When your case is called, you will receive a notification that is given access to audio and video so that you may give your testimony. If If you did not register in advance and you would like to speak on behalf of your case, when your case is called, I will ask whether there is anyone present on behalf of the property. If you want to speak, please click the raise hand button to be given the ability to speak on the case. Once the magistrate allows you to give testimony on your case, please state your name, property address, and relationship to the property. And that's it. Now it's the swearing in of the.
Okay, we'll move forward with the swearing. Where's the officers?
There we go. You want me to stay?
You can stay here.
Swear in. Now, if you are giving testimony today on a case, please rise and raise your right hand as I do the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Translators, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translations which you are about to give in these proceedings will be accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge, skill, and ability? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
We'll move forward with swearing in the interpreters. Interpreters, can you enable your video, please?
Interpreters, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translations which you are about to give in these proceedings will be accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge, skill, and ability? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hold on, I'll do it right now.
Madam Magistrate, we need to do the Pledge of Allegiance. If you just give us a moment to retrieve our virtual flag.
Just send the March 18th folder.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You need me in right now, Chris?
Not yet. You can sit in there too.
Okay. Please announce for the record if there are any amendments or deletions to the hearing agenda.
I will read into record the default citations. Case 12300 Investment Inc., case number CTMIS 2021-00007, not paid, not complied. 12300 Investments Inc., CTMIS 2021-00008, not paid, no compliance. Case number 12300 Investment Inc., CTMIS 2021-00009, not paid, not complied. 13100 Sunrise Plaza LLC, case number CTMIS 2021-00010, not paid, no compliance. Case 13333 Investment Inc., PDFAO 2021-00006, not paid, no compliance. Case 1530 Northeast 130 Street Inc., CTBPR 2021-00008, not paid, not complied. Case 759 Northeast 128 Street LLC, SDCBT 2021-00007, not paid, not complied. Has complied. Anna Cummings, CTBPR 2021-00014, not paid, not complied. Antonio Telsey, CTODS 2021-00001, not paid, not complied. Arthur Lewis, CTTRA 2021-00008, not paid, not complied. Benzoin Aurelis, CTBPR 2021-00015, not paid, not complied. BSD 18 LLC, CTGAP 2021-00001, not paid, has complied. BSD 18 LLC, SDCBT 2021-00004, not paid, not complied. BSD 18 LLC, SDCBT 2021-00008, not paid, not complied. Exposito Group Corp., CTPFY 2021-00002, not paid, not complied. Justine Antone, CTBPR 2021-00011, not paid, not complied. Hans Jean Baptiste, CTJNK 2021-00001, not paid, not complied. Luisa Perales, CTBPR 2021-00021, not paid, not complied. Majestic Apartments 1 LLC, CTBPR 2021-00019, CBT was paid but not complied. NJZ SDCBT 2021-00006, not paid, not complied. NJZ 2015 INC, CTBPR 2021-00018, not paid, not complied. Realist Realty LLC, case number CTTRA 2021-00006, not paid, not complied. And the last case for the White House condo, SDCBT 2021-00010, not paid and not complied.
All right, if we're ready, we want to call our first case.
Special Magistrate, those citations called into record were default citations. And at this time, City Attorney, if you would chime in, I think that we should be affirming those citations.
Your Honor, we're just asking for these default citations to be affirmed as written by the code officers and the amounts written by the code officers.
Okay, as read by the clerk, all the cases are affirmed and citation amount also confirmed.
So now we will move into our ticket appeal. The first case is 135 Memorial LLC. There's two cases on this property. The first case I'm calling into record is CTBPR 2020-00112 for location 250 Northeast 135th Street. The officer is Karen Jean Lewis. Please.
I'm requesting permission to share my screen. I'm getting a message that the host has disabled share screen for me.
Is this an empty lot? You're on mute.
I'm sorry, Magistrate. Let me bring the
Which one? Flores?
let me add the property owner onto the call.
Okay, I thought we were ready to proceed. Sorry, Your Honor. I'll share my screen when ready.
It's okay. Edwin. Right, Edwin, I'm gonna enable your video and audio. Once you're logged in, we'll swear you in.
Hello?
Yes, we're here. Can you enable your video, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning,
If you
Mr.
would-
Burr.
Good morning. If you could raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
If I can get my witness to please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis.
And Officer Dean Lewis, on or about December 14th of 2020, did you issue civil violation ticket number 13942?
Yes,
And was this ticket issued to 135 Memorial LLC?
yes.
What was the nature of the violation for which you issued your ticket?
Failure to obtain a building permit prior to commencing work on the property and clearing the property.
And how did you find out about the violation?
I received a call from my office in reference to the lot. When I arrived there were several people from the city that were already on scene, along with several neighboring property owners. The complaint at the time was that water was running off from the vacant lot into their backyards. And upon my inspection, I issued the ticket.
And when you did your inspection, did you take any photographs of what you saw?
Yes,
Do you confirm that this photograph was taken by you?
yes.
And what work is illustrated in this photograph that was being done without a permit?
Upon arriving to the property, several trees were taken down, and they elevated the land. And due to that, and around the time it was raining rather severely, a lot of the water drained off into the neighboring properties, to the point where several neighbors had to use little small canoe boats to maneuver around their backyards.
And is this the type of work which would have required a building permit prior to commencement?
Correct. They would have needed a building permit, a site plan review. The property owner would have had to sit down with not only the building department, but also zoning to ensure that the type of work that they planned on doing was approved prior to doing anything.
Did you make contact with the building department and the zoning department to see if the proper permits were on file?
I checked our in-house system and there was nothing on file for what was done at the property at the time.
Since the time that the ticket was issued, has a building permit been procured?
The property owner did obtain after the fact permits for the lot clearing.
And that would be the building permit that we're seeing on the screen?
Yes,
And this has an issue date of January 22nd, 2021, correct?
correct.
So the property owner did obtain the building permit, but only after the issuance of the civil violation ticket.
Correct.
So on the date and time that you issued your ticket, there was no building permits on file.
That is correct.
And is it a violation of the city's code to start or commence construction without prior obtaining the proper building permits?
That is correct. It is a violation of the city's code.
Specifically 5-32 of the city's code.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Flores, do you have any question for the code compliance officer?
I don't have any questions, but I would like to provide some background information for the city.
Sure.
Back in the summer of 2020, Commissioner Marie had mentioned that she had received some complaints from residents that abut our property to the east regarding flooding. We went to, I went on site with the property with my contractor to see what the issue was because we were unaware of the issue. And I also take exception to the code compliance officer saying that we filled the property. We had not filled or touched the property at that time in the summer when we received this complaint. In the interest of trying to be a good neighbor, we went on site to see what it was that we could do. And we decided that the quickest and easiest solution would be to berm the property. That way water from our property would not run into the neighbor's property. Then in November, after the heavy storms in October, if you remember, there was flooding all over South Florida due to a tropical storm. We received additional complaints that the flooding continued and was even worse. It was my recommendation that we have a meeting on site on November 3rd to determine what the solution would be, the best solution. It turns out that the berm actually made matters worse. So, we're trying to find a solution to this issue that existed previously, and we made matters worse because we determined water was not running from our property into the neighbors. It's actually coming in from the east, from the street. And what our berm did was dam, that water was actually flowing through the neighbors into our property. And by berming it, we dammed that flow of water and made matters worse. So when we were on site, we were issued these 3 citations, and we said that we would remove the berm and try to lower the property because we did not raise the property. The property had not been touched aside from the berm. So we decided to remove the berm and actually take debris and brush, move it back 75 feet away from the neighbors to allow water from the neighbors to run into our property, trying to resolve the flooding issue. At that meeting, which was on November 3rd, we received 3 citations, and I made sure that my contractor was present so that we could determine the best alternatives to find a solution. That same day, he went into the building department and he actually received a process number to address the removal of the berm, to get a permit for the tree removal, after the fact. And since then, we've been very diligent trying to get all the permits. And we had the 3 violations. I paid the fine, and we had a problem getting the permit. The first permit that we finally received, there was 2 delays. One was from an arborist who initially told us that we did not need a tree removal permit. And then later, the city manager, the deputy city manager actually became involved in the case because he was also present in the initial meeting. And he told us that no, that was incorrect information, that we did need a tree removal permit. During that was back in, this all happened in December, during the holidays. I received a second round of citations, and those are the ones that I appealed, which is why we're having this notice to appear. But in addition to the arborist situation, this parcel that abuts the residence, there's 3 parcels that I own. There's only 1 parcel that we thought was affecting, that did the berm and the tree removal. Yet we're getting, all 3 parcels are involved in this, and they shouldn't be. But my point is that we've been diligently working, trying to resolve this, and we continue getting 2 of the 3 citations. And when we pulled the permit, it was our understanding that permit was going to resolve the 3 citations. And I've been trying to contacted the building department, trying to get additional information as to what building permit is required, because we figured we already applied for the correct building permit. I have not been given the building department asked me, they saw the permit was already pulled, so they requested that I contact code enforcement again, which I did. I've left a couple emails to Director Patterson and also to the code enforcement officer, and I left a voice message with her as well. I still do not know the citation for permit, what that is. I haven't been able to get an answer. And the second citation for floodplain development.
Your Honor, that's the next case. We'd ask that the testimony regarding the floodplain come in at that time, just not to muddy the waters on this. This is simply for the building permit issue, which we've already presented testimony on. We'd ask that the property owner leave that testimony on the floodplain for the floodplain case.
Okay. All right, but all three citations were for the same thing. That's why I was addressing.
They're not for the same thing. The one that we are dealing with now, Your Honor, is simply for not having a building permit. It is for the building permit that was obtained on an after the fact basis, approximately a month after the issuance of the civil violation ticket. And the city has already presented evidence to show that it was obtained on an after-the-fact basis and obtained well after the issuance of the civil violation ticket, with no site plan on file, no development plan on file for this property.
Mr. Flores, do you agree that this was, you said that your contractor pulled the permit. Would you agree that this was after the fact?
Yes, I'm not disputing the initial citations.
Okay.
I'm disputing the ones that continued to come relentlessly afterwards. We were diligently working on this, and we continued getting citations. And the delay was not due to us. I mean, the same day we had the first citations, which was November 3rd, you can look it up in the system, we actually obtained a process number. So we were not ignoring the problem. We were trying to resolve it as quickly as possible. That's all I'm disputing. I'm not disputing the facts of the citations at this point. I'm just disputing that we were trying to resolve this. We were not dragging our feet. And as a matter of fact, I still haven't received responses for how to resolve these two citations. I want to resolve these. I'm willing to do whatever it is that we need to do, but I haven't been given clear guidance as to how I can resolve the one of the three that's resolved. And we thought the permit would resolve all three issues.
For clarification, Your Honor, this is a civil violation ticket, which operates much like a traffic ticket. The standard is whether or not the violation was apparent and it had occurred on the day and time that the ticket was issued. So much like a red light ticket, going back, or if you were to get pulled over and get a speeding ticket, the fact that you were to slow down after the officer already issued the ticket doesn't absolve the ticket that you were already given. So we acknowledge that the property owner has obtained the permit on an after the fact basis. However, the ticket still stands as far as the fact that the officer has already testified and provided testimony that on the day and time that she came out to the property, work was being completed that required a permit, and the proper permits and site plans were not on file on that day and time. So with that respect, the city would ask that, based on the evidence and testimony of not only the city's witness, but even the violator, that the building permit was obtained, but obtained on an after the fact basis. The city stands firm that the evidence overwhelmingly speaks to the ticket being affirmed.
Anything else that you need to add, Mr. Flores, before I make my ruling?
Well, back to her example of a speeding ticket. Yes, you get a ticket, you pay the fine, and then you go to court if you need to. You don't continue getting a speeding ticket after the fact. when you're not speeding. I mean,
Speeding.
I'm only addressing the matter that's before me right now, and based on the evidence presented, I do find that the violation exists, and I will affirm the ticket, sir. What's the next case?
The next case is for the same property, case number CTMIS 2020-00169.
I can get my witness to please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis.
And Officer Jean Lewis, can you confirm that on or about December 14th of 2020, you issued ticket number 13943 to 135 Memorial LLC?
Yes, I did.
Can you confirm that this ticket that I am sharing with you on my screen is the ticket that you issued?
Yes.
And what is the nature of the violation for which you issued this ticket?
The property did not obtain a development permit under section 8.5-31 prior to burning and removing the trees on the property. They were supposed to get site plans from the city as well as the establishment of development permit. I don't know if the planning director would like to clarify as to why they would need the permit, because he is here present this morning.
Well, did you consult with the planning and zoning department to determine whether or not a development permit was required under 8.5-31?
Yes, ma'am.
And he is available, he is with you now to testify if needed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you able to take any photographs of the violation?
There's pictures from the property, but there would need to be a permit. There's no picture of a permit because there's nothing on file at the moment.
Right, but the photos that I'm showing on the screen, is this
The property, yes.
There's also photos, I'm not sure, I'm sorry if I may, there are photos of the flood damage. Is that what you're referring to, Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay, there should be photos of the flood damage that the neighboring residents.
All right, I'm seeing this one. I'm assuming this is.
If you want, I can share my screen and show the photos if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Magistrate, I mean, if you wanted to proceed, we can do that. I do have the photos. Unfortunately, they're not attached to this document, but I can import them. It'll take me just a minute or two, if that's okay.
Okay. Are you done with this witness?
Permission to recall the witness if needed to testify about the photographs, but the city would like to call its next witness, which is Mr.
Actually, before you do, I need to ask Mr. Flores if he has any question for the code compliance officer. Mr. Flores?
yes, my only question would be if the property continues flooding.
Where's my code enforcement officer?
I'm here.
Did you hear the question?
Did you hear the question?
Well, it hasn't rained severely since the time the ticket was issued. At the time of the ticket's issuance, there was flooding at the property, but since then it hasn't rained.
Okay. Any other question, Mr. Flores?
No other questions, but I would submit that it has rained.
Okay. Call your next witness.
City calls Derek Cook to the stand.
I'm sorry, who?
Derek Cook.
Please swear him in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
I can get the witness to state your name for the record.
My name is Derek Cook. I serve as the zoning manager with the city of North Miami.
And Mr. Cook, in on or about December 14th of 2020, did you become aware of a possible violation at the property located at 250 Northeast 135th Street?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you become aware of a violation of the city's code at this property?
I believe I received calls advising me of the situation, inquiring what would need to be done to be able to allow for the clearing of the property, and getting some insight on was there any violations specific to the removal of the trees.
And what was your advice as it comes to clearing or burning the property? What is required prior to taking any of those actions under the city's code?
So, as has been testified, would be need a building permit would be required for that clearing, and contingent on what type of trees are on the site, it would involve a tree removal permit. So, with that in mind, I consulted with our consulting arborist, Allison Walker, to do an assessment of the trees that was removed, which involved the applicant providing us a tree survey of the property. And upon that review, the consulting arborist made a determination that the trees that were removed were not contributing trees. And as such, a tree removal permit would not be required for that removal of those trees. So, when we got all that document in to review, as I stated, the tree removal that was done and the assessment of the trees that were done, that no landscaping or tree removal permit was required as per the city's code for such removal.
Was a development permit required pursuant to section 8.5-31 of the city's code?
Not with our department. He may need, as I stated, a building permit to allow for the clearing of the property. As a state right now, we don't have any development as it is that would require for me to review it in capacity as zoning manager or for the community planning and development department to review. You just have a clearing of the property, and as such, that would require a building permit.
And would a building permit be able to be issued without the approval of a site plan?
For the scope of work that he was doing, yes.
And was there an approved site plan on file with the city of North Miami on the day and time that the ticket was issued, December 14th, 2020?
No. As it's been stated, this was vacant land, and as part of a development process, you know, you have the developer would go in and they would involve clearing. And at that stage of the development, preparing, they would need to have obtained building permit to do as such. Now, if they were going to proceed to do a new development such as housing, whether it's single family or multifamily, at this site, which is zoned R4, it would be a multifamily development. At that stage, then we would need to have a development plan presented to the community planning and development department for our review. Depending on the scope of that development, if it was going to be by right, such as specific to the number of units that are allowed per acre, and not proceeding beyond that through the bonus process, then he would need to go through the Development Review Committee and get approval contingent on the size of the development. If it's more than 20,000 square feet of development area, then it would require city council approval for the site plan. At this stage, this has not taken place, and I would not believe it would be germane, but it's something that through contact with Mr. Flores and previous things that they are intending to do at some point.
And Mr. Cook, back in December of 2020, did you find that there was any violations of the city's floodplain provisions due to the clearing and the work that had been performed?
I cannot speak to that. That would have been that's a building assessment, not a zoning assessment.
No further questions.
Magistrate?
Yes.
Madam Magistrate, if I can go ahead and submit into the record the photos depicting the flood damage into the neighbors' backyards. As you can see here, this is immediately adjacent to the lot, and this depicts the state of the neighbor's yard at the time we arrived and learned about the development in the rear of that property. As you can see here, this photo is depicting the way in which the land had been elevated. And as a result of the rain that had happened, it was kind of just falling. And I think, as the officer stated, residents were having to use canoes to kind of get around in their own backyards at that time. So the testimony given with respect to rain at that time, I think we may have still been in hurricane season, so there was a significant amount of rain that was happening. We have had some rain, but at that time there was a significant amount of rain, and so these are the photos depicting the flooding that had happened.
Okay. Any more questions, Madam Attorney?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Flores, do you have any questions for Mr. Cook?
Well, I've communicated with him via email, and actually I'm going to follow up with a phone call because I do want to resolve this. I haven't received a response from the emails yet, and so I don't have any questions at this moment. I would like to, I'll speak to him afterwards.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cook. All right. What is the city attorney is requesting from the court?
City is requesting that the ticket be affirmed based off of the evidence and testimony presented, Your Honor.
Based on the evidence presented, the court finds that the violation does exist and find in favor of the city. I will affirm the ticket.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does Mr. Flores have another case, or is this it?
No, that was his last case.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Flores, and good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving into new business, notice of violation. The first case is Jamie Enrique Moreno Morales, case number MHBIO 2020-00032, property address 1305 Northeast 132 Street. The officer on this case is Gary Beswick.
Is there anyone present? The property owner or violator present?
Yes, ma'am.
Jamie Enrique.
Yes, there is. Just one moment.
Page 5.
All right, Jamie Enrique, I'm going to enable your video and audio.
Hello.
Good morning, sir. You have an echo?
If you're using two devices, you may want to.
Give me a second, please. Hi.
Okay, if you can raise your right hand so we can swear you in.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please do. Please say, I do.
Yes, I
Thank
do.
you.
Mr. Moreno, do you speak English, sir, or do you need an interpreter?
Spanish, please. Spanish.
Spanish interpreter? Okay. Mr. Interpreter, if you can translate for us again, can you swear him in again, please?
Por favor, levante la mano derecha para tomar juramento.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
Jura y afirma que el testimonio que dará sea la verdad, toda la verdad. ¿Lo jura ante Dios? Por favor, diga, lo juro.
Lo juro.
I do. Puede bajar la mano.
Wonderful. Okay. You may begin.
Sí, bueno, lo que quería explicar acá.
Not you, Mr. Moreno.
Todavía no.
The city will present its case first, sir, and then I will give you an opportunity to ask questions and make a statement.
Primero, la ciudad va a presentar el caso, después yo haré preguntas y después le cedo la palabra.
Gracias.
Thank you.
It's on the screen there, Gary.
It's over there. Karen.
Good morning, Gary Brunswick for the city of North Miami. Hill in the Department.
Buenos días, es el oficial que se presenta. Go ahead.
The property was cited for failure to obtain required permits for wooden fence and deck installed without permits.
Laura, I'm sorry, can you speak up a little bit? I am having a hard time understanding you.
Property was cited for failure to obtain the required permits for wooden fence and deck installed without a permit.
Esta es una citación por no haber conseguido los permisos para la instalación de una cerca de madera y también un deck.
If you look at the picture to the left and the bottom, that's the fence, and on the other side of it is that the wooden deck that was installed without the required permits.
La fotografía de la parte inferior izquierda muestra la cerca que fue instalada sin permiso.
Are you done, Mr. Busworth? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Moreno, is this your property, sir?
Señor Moreno, ¿esta es su propiedad?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear the officer's testimony about the new deck and the wooden fence?
Escuchó el testimonio del oficial indicando la cerca y el muelle que construyó.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, sir. The officer's indicating that this was built without pulling the proper permit.
El oficial indicó que eso lo hizo sin haber obtenido el permiso necesario.
Sí, bueno, yo voy a explicar qué fue lo que sucedió. Esa casa yo la compré el año pasado. Se construyó nueva.
Un momento. I'm going to explain what happened. I bought this property last year. Continúe.
La compré nueva. El constructor, cuando me la vendió, me la entregó así, con esa cerca.
When I bought it, it was new. The constructor gave it to me like that, with that fence.
Sucedió que yo traté de subirla un poquito para privacidad.
Well, I tried to raise it up a little bit in order to have more privacy.
Y el inspector que habló ahorita me dijo que eso era ilegal, que tenía que bajarla.
And the inspector who spoke just a moment ago, he said that was not legal and I needed to lower it down.
Y yo inmediatamente la bajé, la volví a poner como estaba, que es como se muestra ahorita en la foto.
And I myself immediately I lower it down, and it is the same way as it shows in the pictures.
Y el deck, bueno, yo instalé dentro de la casa una piscina de esas inflables y le puse un deck de madera. Que si me dan la oportunidad, yo pensé que ya el caso se había cerrado.
Un momento, por favor. And about the deck, I installed in the house one of those inflatable pools, and which needed a deck. Continúe.
Yo pensé que ya el caso se había cerrado cuando yo quité el fence, y ahorita me llegó la citación. Si me dan la oportunidad, yo puedo legalizar lo de el deck, contratar a un arquitecto que me lo dibuje y sacarle el permiso. Y lo del el fence, no sé en realidad.
Un momento, por favor. Un momento. And I thought the case was over until I received this citation about the deck. And if I have an opportunity, I would like to be able to fix it and hire an architect and do all the necessary steps.
Y con respecto al fence, correcto. En realidad me gustaría que revisen en los récords públicos cuando se hizo la construcción de esa casa, que es nueva, que yo cuando la compré, eso yo lo puedo jurar, que yo cuando la compré, esa cerca existía de esa manera.
Un momento.
Yo me imagino que el permiso se sacó porque el señor que la construyó y me la vendió nueva, él me la vendió así tal cual como está con esa cerca.
Un momento, por favor. And about the fence, I would like you to review the public records in which will indicate that the fence was present, and I can swear myself that the fence was present. Yes, the builder pulled a permit because the house was not new.
Because the house was what?
The house was bought new. It was new when I bought it.
Okay.
Y la compré con esa cerca así tal cual como estaba.
And I bought it with that fence already as it is.
Mi error fue haber tratado de subirla un poco, pero cuando el señor me llamó la atención, inmediatamente la volví a poner como está ahorita, que es como estaba cuando la...
My mistake was trying to raise it up a little bit, but then when the officer came, I lowered it down to the original position, and that's how it is right now.
So I'm a little confused. When you said when you bought the property, the fence was there. When you said you tried to raise it, you tried to raise it how?
Add on like another 2 or 3 feet of wood on top of it. That's what he did.
I see. Okay. So is he correct when he said that the fence was there at time of purchase when he bought it? The fence was already there?
Yeah, but the issue was the addition and the deck that he built.
Okay. All right. Mr. Moreno, do you understand what the officer says?
No, me lo puede...
Señor Moreno, ¿entiende lo que el oficial? No, can you repeat what the officer said?
I said the issue was the violation was for the raising the fence height and the wooden deck that was built in the back.
La infracción fue por haber elevado la cerca y también por el muelle, por el deck que está en la parte.
Ok, entonces si la cerca la puse a su altura original, ya no necesito legalizar la cerca, me tocaría legalizar únicamente el deck.
Okay, then since I lowered it down the fence to its original position, then I don't need to do anything else about the fence, but only I need to make it legal, the deck, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Correct.
Ahorita, una pregunta con respecto al deck. Es una piscina inflable que le hice como un deckcito de madera. ¿Hace falta sacar un plano y un permiso para eso? ¿O simplemente con removerlo es suficiente?
Now, about the pool, it's an inflatable pool which requires a small deck. And do I need to get all the necessary permits for that? Or with
Yes.
removing the deck would solve the problem?
If the pool have plumbing and electric hook up to it, yes, it's gonna need permit. If it's just with some water in it and no plumbing attached and no electric attached, then no permit required for that. Just remove the deck and it's okay. But if there's plumbing attached and electric attached, you need permit for the entire thing.
Si la piscina esa tiene una conexión eléctrica, entonces sí, hace falta sacar un permiso, pero si la piscina solamente no tiene una conexión eléctrica, entonces no hace falta un permiso, dice el oficial.
Ok, no, voy a sacarle un permiso porque como tiene una bombita para que recicle el agua, voy a solicitar los servicios de un arquitecto para legalizar eso entonces.
Okay.
Lo de la electricidad y la plomería, pues, para la piscina.
Un momento, por favor. And well, in that case, since the pool has a small pump in order to recycle the water, I am going to hire an architect and I'm going to obtain the necessary permit.
Okay, so ask him how much time you need.
¿Perdón?
I'm sorry?
Ask him how much time he needs.
I'm sorry, again, can you repeat?
To ask him how much time he needs.
¿Cuánto tiempo necesita para hacer esto?
No sé, me pueden dar unas 6, 8 semanas.
Can I have 6 or 8 weeks?
Yeah, that's fine, Your Honor. So at this point, we just need the adjudication and give them the abatement date.
Bueno, el oficial está pidiendo que sea adjudicado y que le den una fecha de cumplimiento. Está pidiendo el oficial a la juez.
Okay, sir, based on the evidence presented, I do find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city in enter an adjudication. Sir, you will have, I'm sorry, Mr. Interpreter, please let me know if you want me to stop or you want me to go through it.
It's
And
okay,
then-
go ahead.
I find that the violation does exist. Enter an adjudication. So you have, what are my dates? I don't have my calendar. Madam Clerk,
May the 6th is the next abatement date.
May 6th?
Yes.
Okay,
Bueno, entonces, basado en la evidencia, dice la
abatement date. And then when is my hearing date?
May 13th.
Okay. All right, sir, you will have until May 6th to resolve the violation. I think you said six weeks or what have you. You have until May 6th to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, you will have a daily fine amount of $500. Okay?
Bueno, señor Moreno, basado en la evidencia, voy a dar mi fallo, dice la juez. Está dando adjudicación a la ciudad por este caso y como fecha de cumplimiento le está dando para mayo 6, que es la próxima audiencia, y si no cumple para esa fecha, entonces habrá una multa diaria de $500.
Ok. Ya, o sea, antes de mayo 6 tengo que tener por lo menos, si no tengo ya el permiso final, por lo menos los planos introducidos y pidiendo inspecciones y todo eso, ¿correcto? Antes de mayo 6.
Well, if I'm not understanding well, before May 6, I have to have all the blueprints and all the permits at least, if not completed. Is that correct?
Mr. Beswick, by what is, if he has to be issued?
Issued.
I'm sorry?
Permit have to be issued.
Sí, el permiso, sí. Para esa fecha, el permiso ya tiene que haberse aprobado, emitido.
Emitido por la ciudad.
Exacto.
Si la ciudad no me lo ha aprobado, tienen que hacer alguna revisión, todo eso, pero ya estoy dentro del marco legal, ¿correcto?
If for some reason the city is not approved and I have to revise the blueprints, it's still, I am in good terms, correct?
Sí.
Sí.
Y una última pregunta que tengo para el señor oficial, con la cerca no tengo que hacer nada, ¿correcto? Porque ya yo la bajé y tiene la altura original.
And just one more thing for clarification with the officer about the fence. I have nothing to do with the fence anymore because I have raised it and lowered it to its original position, correct?
That's correct, sí.
Correcto, sí.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Officer, and sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Have a good day.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you.
Que pasen buen día.
The next case on the agenda is John Pereira, case number CEWWC 2020-00049, property address 1775 Northeast 137th Terrace. The officer is Shanna Sanders.
Jihan Pereira, I've enabled your video and audio.
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you wouldn't mind raising your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a new case for a property that has a blue tarp on the top of the roof that's been there for some time. This has been originally cited November 20th, 2020. I have had no contact with the property owner or any agents from the property as of last week. Thursday, the property still remains in the same condition. The blue tarp still remains on the roof. The house looks to be a little vacant, so I'm not sure, but I'll let the property owner and or agent give testimony as to what's going on with the property.
Are you, are you done with your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Pereira, is this your property, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you explain the situation, why there's a blue tarp on the roof?
Yeah, I can. Thank you. I was the roof had some damage from the storms of last November, October and November, and it got a leak in it, which then also impacted the ceiling. And there were tenants in there until recently. And so I'm in the process of being able to move on it. I've filed an insurance claim, which is in process. I've got, and the insurance is going to cover some of the damage, but it just took a while because of all of the storms and claims. The insurance took a long time to resolve the process, but that is in motion now. I got 3 estimates for the roof and 3 estimates for the roof, and I just am now seeing what of that the insurance will adjust and approve. And there's also, the other work to get it repaired that will be taking place. And as soon as the insurance approves one of the estimates, then I'll be able to choose the roofer to be able to put in for permits to get it done. And it was important to be able to have the tenants be able to move out so that the work on the roof and inside could happen. And that just happened recently. But I'm on it. I have as soon as I get approval from the insurance, I'll choose one of the roofers to get it done. And then they told me it's just I just don't know. What I don't know is just how long the insurance will take to sort of give me an approval. Once they do, the roofer said that, they once I choose one of them, they can put in for the permit as soon as possible. Then it's just a question of how long the permit takes to get done, and then, materials and all that.
Okay. Based on the homeowner's testimony, I would like to reset this for 60 days to get an update as to where we are. When is our next date? What is the date from 60 days out? Madam Clerk?
We have May 13th or July 15th.
April, May 13th. Okay. That's a little less than 60 days, but how about we come back on May 13th, Mr. Pereira, to see where we are in the process?
Sure. That's good for me.
Okay. All right,
Yep.
sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Magistrate.
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
The next case on the agenda is Olga Handoff, case number RCCOR 2019-00032, property address 160 Northwest 120th Street. Gary Beswick is the officer. Joyce Mata.
If you're here on behalf of this case, would you raise your hand, click the raise hand feature so that we can recognize you? I have a Joyce Matias registered, but I don't see that name listed. Again, or send me a chat letting me know that you're here on behalf of this property. You can send me a message in the chat or raise your hand. I have a Galaxy A11. Galaxy A11, are you here on behalf of this property?
No.
They're muted.
I'm here for Jean Pierre.
All right. I have a Maria Granados. Your hand is raised. Are you here on behalf of this property?
Hello.
No, another property.
Okay.
Hello.
All right, yes.
Somebody's saying hello. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Are you Galaxy A11? Are you here for this property? Okay.
No, I'm not here for that address. I'm here for case number MHVIO 2020-00067.
Okay, sir. We haven't called your case yet.
Madam Magistrate, it appears we don't have anyone here on behalf of this property. Can we just, do you want to move on into another case and set this for the end?
Correct, please.
The next case on the agenda is German Delgado Garcia, case number MHVIO 2020-00026, property address 1515 Northwest 128th Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Once again, I don't see German Delgado listed. If someone is here on behalf of this property, please click the raise hand feature. I see a new hand, Viviana. Are you here on behalf of this property?
Good morning. Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and enable your video and audio.
Okay.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Viviana Bustamil, I'm a pro bono attorney for the client. He was on, but he's at work. So I'm telling him if he could sign on again. But we could continue.
Okay.
Good morning, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. Which one is, I think it's 3 case?
Yeah, there's 3 cases. The cases I called into record is MHVIO 2020-0026. That's the one we're currently on.
The first case basically, the first case is for constructed a small wooden structure in the back of the property without any permits. That's the first case. You can show the pictures. And basically, they constructed a structure to secure like a pool pump. Which required a permit from the building department from the city of North Miami, and they didn't do so.
Okay. Ma'am, do you have, is this your client's property?
Correct, that is his property.
And do you have any questions for the officer?
No, not in regards to this case. The client did that unaware that he needed a permit, but he is, it's his intention to comply and remove it. He just wants to do so properly and with a professional to pull permits or just advise him as to what he needs to do to properly remove that. He wasn't sure, and unfortunately he's been unemployed. He just started working a couple of weeks ago, which is why he's using his break to log in now. So he just needs a little bit of time to comply with this case.
How much time do you need?
He needs a 1 month, an extra month. He just started working, so he was hoping to start getting paid in order to hire someone to comply with this case.
Okay, okay, we're gonna do one case at a time, but since he had 3 cases, we can go ahead and give him 2 months because it's gonna be a process to get all the permits that he needed. So we can go 2 months. It's fine.
Correct, yeah.
All right, based on the evidence presented, and I find that the violation does exist, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. He will have until May 6th to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $350.
The next case is MHVIO 2020-00049, the same property.
Good morning, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. And this violation was for some interior renovation that was done on the property without the required permits. Basically, the kitchen, bathroom, and they had to construct a second kitchen, which basically is a single family home. The house is supposed to have 1 kitchen. They install a tankless water heater. Concrete slab was installed. Exterior doors and shutters installed. And at the time when I visited the property, renovation was in progress side of the property, and no permit was on file at the time. So for the main house itself, the key is they need a permit for the interior alteration renovation, and they have to remove the second kitchen. It's a single family home. You can't have 2 kitchens inside of it.
Anything you need to add, Ms. Viviana?
Yes, correct. So with this case, the renovations that are being spoken about that were done without a permit were done prior to the client purchasing the property. When he purchased the property, he had an attorney, he did a lien search, he did everything, but the attorney did not. And I submitted that into evidence. I'm not sure if it's showing up in the system. All the work that we've done to try to comply with this, the attorney did not advise him, and she admitted it in the emails, that there was a reoccupancy inspection that needed to be done. So he was unaware of that. He became aware of that when he applied for a permit for solar panels, that when the city looked him up, saw that he was the new owner. He had never done the reoccupancy inspection. He agreed and willingly and voluntarily allowed the city to come in. He was unaware that these things were out of compliance and that they have been noted from a prior reoccupancy inspection from 2 owners ago and were never fixed. It did not come out on the lien search as a violation against the property. It didn't come out on the title search. He has quoted this, but the estimates are around $20,000. So we have tried to get the prior attorney as we had emailed the city and seen what happened to pay for this or help him. The prior attorney has said that she's going to work on this, resolve it with the city. I have all of that in emails, but she has failed to do so. And at this point, we have submitted a claim against her E&O policy to help him pay for this because he just plainly does not have the money. That he has obtained 3 to 4 quotes and he does not have the money to pay for that at this moment. So we're just
sorry, not to cut you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so we're requesting if there could be an extension on this case just because of the substantial cost that it takes to correct the issues, and that we have already submitted a claim against the prior attorney's E&O policy for this mistake, in which we hope to obtain the money to fix all of the issues.
Okay, just for information purpose, anytime a lien search is done on a property, the city inform the title company that a reoccupancy certificate is required. So once you do the lien search, you are notified of the requirement of a reoccupancy certificate. Also, I have no objection of giving more time to clear the violation, but at this point, we're seeking adjudication on a violation and give you the time that you need.
Correct. Yes, there's no denial. The attorney, it was not me. The attorney that conducted the closing admitted and provided the lien search after the fact, but she admitted that she never provided a copy of the lien search to the client prior to closing. She ordered the lien search, did not see the provision that the inspection needed to be done, and also, and again, I submitted this evidence in writing, she admitted to the fact that she never provided the client the lien search. So he really didn't know that he had to do, he would not have purchased the property if he knew it had violations.
Okay. Madam Attorney, City Attorney, do you have a copy of the documentation that were submitted by the attorney?
No, I do not. I'll defer to the Code Compliance Department whether they've gotten anything.
Vaguely remember something was going back and forth. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The evidence the attorney submitted, do we have a copy of it where we can share it on the screen?
Let me double check. 1 second.
I submitted it via the online system.
Okay, let me just double check. German Delgado, yes, I do have something here.
Yeah, I thought it was going to let me upload multiple documents, but once I uploaded that, I didn't know how to submit other documents. But what was uploaded is the email chain to show how long we've been working with the attorney, the promises that she stated that she was going to contact the city, that she was going to get a quote for him, to give her some time to please not put a claim against her E&O policy. I did forward her the email from the city where it was explained that a lien search was done and that it was the duty to do an inspection, and she just basically has not assisted, and at this point we have already submitted a claim against her E&O policy to allow the client to receive the money to be able to fix it, because he obtained 3 to 4 quotes and none of them were less than $20,000. It's a bathroom, a kitchen, and an extended area.
Okay. On average, do you know how long that will take for you to get a reply or response?
We should get a response within the next 3 to 4 months. And then it depends on whether they approve the claim or deny the claim if we have to litigate it. So that's why I'm asking if on this case, just because of the cost, if it could be reset to maybe July, so I could give you an update as to what is happening, and then we could take it from there. Rather than just give them a date to correct it by, because I'm not sure. I would like to reset it to July and then provide an update.
All right, Madam Attorney, City Attorney, let me ask you, based on the circumstances and me entering an adjudication and an abatement date and a fine amount, there are some of the issues here that's kind of goes beyond what's in the homeowner's control for now. And do you guys have any objection to us giving them some time and then coming back and see where we are before we enter an abatement, a fine?
I'll defer to the officer. Officer Beswick, do you have any objection?
No.
Okay, so let's give them some time. Let's table this and let's come back and see where we are. Once we have an idea in terms of whether or not they will approve your claim or if the case is going to go to litigation, then we'll be able to gauge it a little more. And if I were to enter an adjudication, then I will know that I'm working against, the court system, and then we can figure it out that way. Hearing no objection, so let's table it for, what are you comfortable with, Mr. Beswick? Would 90 days?
Yeah, 90 days fine, yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we can reset it for 90 days.
And there's a companion case. The next case is companion with this one.
Yes, let the two cases run together. Did I hear that case yet? Or is there another one? Okay.
So that case number is RCCOR 2020-00001, same property.
Okay. There's no health or hazard issue with the other one, Mr. Beswick? No. Okay. So hearing there's no emergency, we can let the two cases run together and then we will reset for 90 days.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do we have the date or no?
July 15th.
July 15th. Okay, perfect. I didn't hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
The next case on the agenda is SFR 2020-2012-1 Florida LLC, case number CEWRA 2020-00012. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Javier Castillo, I am enabling your video and audio. If you would just let us know once you're logged in.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you?
Very well. Please state your full name. Oh, he hasn't been sworn in yet. Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Sir, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Javier Castillo, and I am the property manager for this community.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Who's my code enforcement officer?
I am Code Officer Sanders.
Okay.
Give me one moment. I'm pulling it up on the screen. Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a new case for address numbers that are not on the rear of the property. This violation was originally cited October 2020, whereas I was doing my normal inspections by going out on the waterways where I've noticed no address numbers was on several buildings, this being one of them. I have sent several letters to the property, have not received any response back. As of last Thursday, March 11th, address numbers still have not been placed on the rear of the property. I'll let the management and or agent from the property explain why address numbers are not installed and what's going on with the property as a whole.
Good morning. Yes, the violation you issued it to a specific unit, not to the condo. So we didn't receive the notices. I didn't get the notice until March 11th by the owner's representative, which advised me. I sent you an email yesterday with pictures showing that the night before I had installed the numbers. It was too late to submit it into evidence.
As we all know, we don't do inspections the day before. If we can, I would ask that this case be tabled. Let me take a look at the property. I'll go back on the waterway sometime next week, if not the week after, and verify if the numbers have been addressed. And at that time, I'll go ahead and close it. But, I don't check I'm not gonna say I don't check my emails, but I don't do re-inspections the day before. So I'll, look into that violation and see if compliance has indeed been met, especially if he's saying that he was that I cited them improperly or cited a different unit or a unit owner instead of the association. So I'll look into that. I'll ask that this be tabled for 1 month to verify what's going on and if indeed was what took in place.
Okay, granted.
Could I ask a quick question?
Sure, sir.
Inspector Sanders, will you just send me an email if it's closed out so I know?
I will. I'm looking at the emails here. You said you sent me. I don't see it. So I'll just ask if you can just send me another email. As you see, I have my laptop. Just send it to me real quick. Give me your email address and your telephone number. And once I verify, I'll contact you and let you know compliance has been met.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
The next case on the agenda is RK San Souci Plaza LLC, case number CEBPR 2020-00035, property address 2174 Northeast 123 Street. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
I have a Naresh. I won't even attempt the last name, but Naresh, I did go ahead and enable your video and audio. I have 2 people logged in actually under that name. So I'll go ahead and give access to both.
Good morning, sir. Are you on 2 separate devices? Unmute yourself.
No, I have it here. No, I have it here. I don't want to be back and forth.
We can't hear you. You're still muted.
Sir, if you could just accept the invitation to unmute yourself. There you go.
Yeah, okay. I am Canon 2176.
Hold on, sir. You're on 2 devices.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had 2 devices. Yeah, I'm Naresh Chaudhary, and I'm the tenant for 2176, 2174 Northeast 123rd Street for RK Plaza.
Can you please raise your right hand, sir, so I can swear you in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a new case for building without permit. This property was cited for, again, building without permits. I received a call from our Public Works Department, whereas some work was done in the rear of the property in late November in reference to the grease trap. Long story short, I contacted RK Plaza since they're the owners of the building, as well as the business. At that time, they were closed. I think they were, due to COVID, they were just reopening, but I had a conversation with RK along with the property owner, the business owner, advising that permits needed to be obtained for the grease trap that had sunken in and that was replaced. As of last week, Thursday, March 11th, permits had not been obtained for the grease trap. They have repaired the rear of the property where they damaged the alleyways and everything. But again, as of last week, permits have still not been obtained for the actual work that was done for the replacement of the grease traps. I think this is the business owner explain what's going on with the property. We've had a couple of conversations and he's stated that the permits have been obtained. But every time I looked again, the permits were not in the computer. So as stated, I'll let the business owner explain what's going on with the property, why permits wasn't pulled, and, go ahead.
Okay, Miss,
Okay,
yeah.
sir, go ahead.
Okay, let me explain. What happened was I had put the drawings from the plumbing engineer, but with the COVID, nobody was sitting in the office, so I had to bounce back to different plumbing engineers back and forth, and it took longer. But finally, on March 16th, which was today's 18th? Yeah, a couple of days ago, I went at 8 a.m. and I dropped off to the building department. I dropped off my grease interceptor installation plans, and I have they gave you a number for the plans. I have the number BPL002021-00017 in the file right now. So I called in Ms. Saunders the same day, and it's in the system now. It took longer, and it was done on March the 16th.
On March 16th?
I dropped, the plans are in the city. The reason I started this work without the permits, because once the grease trap, the grease trap failed, the DERM inspector came in. We were closed anyways for COVID. So she came in and she called her supervisor, and I called Mr. Hassan, who is the public supervisor in your department, in your city. And they put those barricades. You see those barricades up there? They're the one who put those barricades for me to get the job done without permits first, because this was on an alley where the back is all townhouses, and they need that alley for garbage collection and all that. So they told us, okay, get the job done without the permits. When the job is done, put the permits into the system. And the DERM came in and they allowed us to do the job before the permits were dropped into the office. So now the road has been fixed in November, and the plans for the grease trap has been, this is the new road and the new grease trap you're looking at right now. So plans are in as of now. So, I know it took longer than expected, like I said.
Were you familiar that he was giving permission to do the work? Officer?
No, I wasn't. I'm surprised to actually hear this, because Public Works is the department that actually called me and asked me to address this issue. This is the first time I'm hearing this at all.
Okay. Can you investigate that? Can you table it so you can investigate it?
I even provided Mr. Hassan and Mr. Anthony, who is the supervisor of Public Works. As soon as the grease trap collapsed, they came in, they put the barricades for me, and then they let us do the job. So I got the job done. They said, if you have any problems, they gave me their cell numbers to call me and send me pictures of the progress report. And I've been talking to them since then, and the job got done. It took about 3 weeks to get the job done. We're talking all this thing happened end of October, beginning of November.
Okay. All right, let's table this for 30 days to give the officer an opportunity to confirm.
If we can, Magistrate, can we just pause for just 2 seconds? We're trying to contact the Public Works Department. They may be able to just log on really quick and give testimony. So if we can we just put a pin in it for, 10 seconds and let's see what Public Works is saying, if they can quickly log on to see what's what.
Okay. I have the Director for Public Works on the speaker line here. And if I could just ask the gentleman, who from Public Works gave you authorization to proceed with installing the grease trap without a permit?
No, it was the Durham department from the city of Miami came in, and the supervisor of Durham came through.
Durham is not affiliated. Durham is a separate entity that functions under Miami-Dade County. If Durham gave you the okay, you would have still needed to have gone through the proper process through the city of North Miami, which would have been obtaining permits prior to beginning the process. So nobody, Magistrate, let me just make clear on the record that nobody from the city of North Miami gave permission for the work to begin prior to obtaining.
Let me say I had something. I got the to go from the Durham. I also got Mr. Hassan came in, who is the supervisor of public department from city of North Miami. He gave me the go to do the job, get the job done.
Okay, just a moment. Sir, are you there?
Yeah, I couldn't completely hear what he said.
He says that Hassan from your office gave him the okay to begin the work without permits.
Because it was an emergency.
Hassan, Hassan never told me that.
Okay, Madam Magistrate, I would, add onto the record that Hassan works for the Public Works Department. Right. I don't know that he would have the authority to give the okay to begin working without proper permits. Permits are issued from the building department. And so the Public Works Director is stating that he is not aware of any instructions of the sort. We can confirm that, but again, building permits are not issued through Public Works; they're issued through the building department.
Understood. But for a layperson who doesn't know the workings of the city and how the setup and who has the authority to do what, if he believed the person who gave him the instructions had the authority to do so, then he acted under the guise that the person who gave him the instructions had the authority to do so. So what I'm going to do is reset this matter, give you guys 30 days to speak to whomever it is that he has listed, gave him the permission to do the work without a permit, and then you guys can clear that up. But what's before me is the fact that he has testified and provided names. These are the people who had given him the authority to do the work. That's all I can go by. And so
if I can, Madam Magistrate, if I can ask, I don't mind so much as giving him time, but if I can, I would be bold enough to ask, can we at least get an adjudication, even if you want to give a lengthy time frame as for the permits to be obtained. I am looking in the computer and I see that he just submitted them on the 16th, but I also want to, make sure that we know this repairs was done in November. Is now, he just submitted the applications 2 days ago. It's now March. I mean, it took him, 4 or 5 months to even submit an application, and that probably took a little pushing once he got the notice to appear. But again, this has been cited. So again, I don't mind you giving time, but if we can we at least get this adjudicated just in case, the plans aren't issued before the next hearing. Again, you can give a lengthy time if you would like, but at least I would like, to get this pushed along and not just being tabled, or an extension being given.
Mr. Naresh, I'm sorry, I'm calling you by your first name. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Ma'am, the city said get the job done because it's lying in an alley where we need that road is very important for the people, for the garbage company to drive by and all the stuff going on behind. So they let me do the job They said, get the job done, put the permits after. And the DERM said the same thing, exactly the same thing, get the job done and put the permits. The reason the permits took so long, because every plumbing engineer I went to, they took the job, they took the money, but they didn't get it done. Then I had to bounce around like 3 different people. And finally I got it done on Tuesday. So that's the reason it took so long. And I don't know what else to say. I mean, the permits are in now. The permits are in. The job is done. The road looks beautiful back alley.
Right, but Madam Magistrate, I would just say that, and just remind you that if the intent is to comply, despite who gave the instruction, if the intent is to comply, the permits are required nonetheless. And, we don't know if the work that was conducted was done up to code. So I agree. I would agree with the officer that at least an adjudication should be entered, as he's given time to enter his application, get the permits, and the proper inspections completed. Whistler. Magistrate, also, I have the Public Works Director along with the gentleman Hassan on the line that the gentleman is referring to, and they have confirmed that no permission was given to authorize construction without permits.
Hold on one second.
Okay, I need him on the line. He needs to be able to testify to that effect.
All right, I'm going to put him closer here because they're on the phone. Can you hear?
Hold on, Hassan. I've got you on speaker.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Hassan, can you just state your name and your position in the city for the record?
My name is Hassan Wahid. Yes, ma'am.
And your position in the city, please?
I'm a superintendent from Water and Sewer Department.
Okay, Hassan, we have a gentleman here that is affiliated with property address
2174-76 Northeast 123rd Street.
Reference a grease trap that was installed, and he's given testimony that you gave him the prior permission to install the grease traps without permits issued from the city.
It doesn't say that. At the beginning, the grease trap failed, and they asked me, city can do it? And I said, no, you have to get the contractor to do it.
Well,
if you get some code for around the manhole, I will help you, but I have to ask my supervisor.
I can't hear him clearly.
He's giving testimonies. He's giving testimony.
Hold on. Whistler,
I can't make out what he's saying.
Okay, Whistler, would you mind, since you have him in your office, can you give clarity on what he's saying?
He's actually on a different phone. Can I call back with him on the line?
Yes. Do they have access to Zoom? Can somebody send them the link?
Yeah, we can do that, Madam Magistrate. Whistler, can you guys log on Zoom, please, to give the testimony?
Okay,
but if you can give it. They're out in the field, Madam Magistrate. They're not in the office at this time, but they are. But I guess what he's going to do is conference him onto the same device he's on, so that should make the audio a little clearer.
Okay.
Okay, Whistler, can you conference him in on this call?
Yeah. All right.
Can I say something while we are waiting?
Sure, sir.
Ma'am, let me ask you, if Miami-Dade County DERM department comes in and tells me to get the job done because it's an emergency, we understand the problems, and put the permits later, and whom do I listen to? Durham, which is responsible for grease traps all over the town, or City of North Miami?
We'll still need to obtain the permit from the City of North Miami. You know, the question and concern is that you're giving testimony stating that a staff member from the city gave you permission, and you're specifically saying
I have their number here, and I also have this cell phone. Why would I get this cell phone? Who would give this cell phone to me? And I have texting with them back and forth with pictures, sending pictures every single few days that this job is done. This is the next step. I have done this. I have done that. And City of North Miami came in and put those barricades. If you go back to those pictures, you see those barricades are City of North Miami. I didn't go and grab those barricades from somewhere and put it in that area. Those city that they came in, they put those two barricades on both sides of the grease trap for the trucks not to pass by. I don't know what else to say. If they say no right now, I have their texting right here and their cell phones, personal cell phones with me.
And if needs be, sir, I will have you submit those to the city for the record.
See, I've been sending them pictures all the time. You know, see all these texting pictures? This is Public Works Department. I've been talking to since November. You see all these pictures?
Understood, sir.
Okay, Madam Magistrate, I have them. We can try it once more. Hassan, could you state your name for the record and your position at the city?
My name is Hassan Wahid. I'm a superintendent for City North Miami Water and Sewer Department.
Okay, sir. All right, you guys question him. City Attorney, go ahead and proceed with your questioning.
Mommy.
Hassan,
go ahead, please.
It is being alleged that you gave permission that due to an emergency basis that the property owner was able to install a grease trap and then obtain permits later. If I can have someone at code, if you can cite what the property address is for Hassan.
Hassan, the property address is 2174-76 Northeast 123 Street.
Do you recall any conversation with this property owner where you gave him permission to proceed with installation of a grease trap because of an emergency?
No, ma'am. I don't even know who's the owner is. I talked to the gentleman. They rented the restaurant when they called me for the grease trap problem. And I told them we failed them, and they told him they have to fix it. And I told him, make sure you're going to go to City North Miami and get the permit. And then in future, we have to look at it. And then we went with one of the coordinator. The grease trap is not complete correctly. And I did not even see them. I saw them only once or twice from the beginning. I don't even know who the owner is.
Do you recall a person by the name of Naresh?
Cuisine. Zyka Indian Cuisine.
Repeat that, Mr. Naresh.
Zyka Indian Cuisine, North Miami, 123rd Street.
Hassan, are you familiar with this property?
Zyka.
Is he there?
Hassan, that's a question for you.
Yes, he's saying he's there.
Are you familiar with the Zyka restaurant?
No. Only I know about the grease trap.
What did he say?
He said, I only know about the grease trap. I'm not familiar with the restaurant. I just know about the grease trap.
Okay. Mr. Naresh, is this the person?
I did not even go inside the restaurant. I was in the alley.
No, yeah, we are talking about the alley. Nobody is going in the restaurant. The problem is in the alley. The alley is a back, it's an alley for garbage trucks to pick garbage for all the businesses, all the townhouses. So it was an emergency. They told me get the job done and then put the permits. And I did what they told me to do. Even Durham said the same thing. And Public Works said the same thing. And I did what I had to do, and it's done correctly. And the plans are in the system right now as we speak.
Okay, anything else?
Area we have is sewer main over there, water line, gas line.
Can you repeat that, Hassan?
I said in the alley we have water, we have sewage, and the FPL they have Florida Power Line, gas company they do have gas. We have everything over there in that area from east to west.
Yeah, Tico Gas came in. They gave Tico.
Hassan.
When I said Tico came in, the gas company came in. They put those, those yellow thingies that I shouldn't be touching. It was done properly. Everything. They came in. They told us not to touch, not to dig this area, not to dig that area because they put a yellow marking all around it, so we don't touch those. And the plumber,
you did call for location. That was the procedure for the contractor to do the job. Otherwise, the contractor is not going to do the job if you don't call for location.
Yes, the contractor, the plumbing contractor, did the whole thing. I have all the pictures as the work was in progress. I was taking pictures as the work was in progress.
Who were you sending those pictures to, Mr. Naresh?
So I was just keeping it for myself because the DERM said take pictures as you go and submit it as proof when you bring the plans to the city of Miami in the DERM department. So I was taking pictures as we go.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Okay.
And frankly, I'll tell you what, I was even sending pictures to Mr. Hassan as the work progresses.
I'm sorry?
You see, Hassan, city of North Miami. I was sending pictures of the work in progress even to Mr. Hassan as we speak. You see all these pictures? Job getting done and sending him text that we are in this step, we are in that step, because they were pushing me to get the job done because the trucks couldn't be passing. The garbage was backed up and everybody was complaining. The whole section was complaining about the garbage not being picked up because the trucks couldn't pass. So I was getting the job done and taking pictures as we go.
Madam Magistrate, if I can, so that we don't prolong this, what he's referring to two different things, if I can. He had two violations open. It was one for the damage that was done to the alleyway and another one that was done for doing the work without permits. The one for the alleyway, and there was question and concern because, again, the alleyway is where the garbage goes through, they have everything back there. They have Florida Power and Light. So those pictures were being sent and communications was being had about him hurriedly repairing the alleyway so that sanitation and emergency vehicles could get by. But that still doesn't negate the fact that permits needed to be done. We're 4 months in. He's stating that everything was done properly. We don't know that. Permits were just submitted to the city 2 days ago. So, if I can, so that we don't prolong this, and I'm not wanting to rush it along either. But as of today, no permits have been obtained, and that's what this violation is for. The other one for the maintaining of the alleyway has been closed. I've talked to Mr. Norris, I've talked to Ashley from RK, I've been having communication, but the permits need to be obtained, and we don't know what's been done or, properly or not.
Okay, so Mr. Naresh, the job, you may have been given permission to do the emergency repairs because of the location. But now the issue is what has taken you this long to apply for the permit, because you do know that, and you were informed that permits needed to be pulled to make sure that everything is done up to code.
Right. I want to get it done right. I don't want to, do Mickey Mouse. I got a plumber contractor, got the job done, and I dropped the permits. Now I'm going to the DERM department to drop the permits from them because they also need a copy of the whole thing. And I did I did my part, and I don't know what else I should be doing.
Okay. You said it was dropped off, or it will be?
On the 16th, I dropped off the permits. And
Have you dropped them off to DERM? Because it seems as though you're stating, because what's going to happen, if I heard him correctly, he doesn't seem as though he's even dropped them off to DERM yet. And building and zoning.
Like I said, I just got the drawings on the 16th. First thing in the morning, I went to you guys and I dropped it off. My second stop would be DERM in downtown, because I had this meeting today. I wanted to finish this meeting, and then hopefully tomorrow, Friday. So Friday, I'll go there. It's in downtown. I have the copies of the drawings.
All right, sir. This is what I'm going to do. I will enter an adjudication, and then I'm going to give you 90 days.
Okay, miss.
Okay, and get everything done.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the date, Madam Clerk, for 90 days? Is it still May 6th? Is that still May 6th?
May 6th is 60 days. July 8th of an abatement date would be the 90.
When is it?
July 8th as an abatement date.
Okay, your abatement date, sir, is July 8th. So please have everything done.
Right.
Go ahead, sir. You were going to say something?
No, it's okay because, so what should I be doing? Since I dropped the drawings to the city, now I'm going to be dropping the dump department. What else should I be doing? Can you explain me a little bit, Miss Saunders?
If we can, you have my number, and we'll talk after the magistrate hearing. So just give me a call, not today, but most possibly, tomorrow
Next week,
or Monday.
Once I drop it off, I'll call you.
Okay.
So my next stop will be dump department. Your department is done. I'm gonna be going to dump department. Thank you, miss. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
The next case is Hector Corvo, case number CEPFY 2020-00143, property address 1325 Northeast 12A Street. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Hi, Milagros Corvo, please enable your video and audio so you can be sworn in.
Hello. Good morning. Please state your full name for the record and your relationship to the property.
Good morning. My name is Milagros Corvo. My father is the owner of the property, 1325 Northeast 128th Street.
Can you swear in, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead and start, Karen.
Good morning, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 1325 Northeast 128th Street was cited for parking on the front lawn. As of the final reinspection date, vehicles still remain parked on the grass.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Is that your, that's property and the cars parked there?
That is the property, yes.
Okay. All right, do you understand the violation?
I do. However, prior to this notice, I wasn't aware that this wasn't allowed. My father currently doesn't live on the property. I pretty much inherited the property back in October. He's been away getting his cancer treatments and whatnot. So since then, I had not parked on the property till last week that I had an overnight guest for a few days. And we don't have a secondary option for parking on our side of the street. So as a temporary means, I allowed them to park there for those few days, but that was it. Outside of that incident, I have not parked on that grass since I received this notice last month.
The final reinspection date was on the last time that I was on the property was on the 12th of this month, and there was still a vehicle parked on the grass.
Right. That white vehicle, it was a rental vehicle for someone who was staying in my house from out of town for a couple days. They've since left back. There's no one there now. There won't be anyone parking on that grass anytime soon.
Okay, and I have a question. The burgundy SUV, does that vehicle move? Because if it moves, two vehicles can be parked there.
It does. It does. It's just like I was saying, since I inherited the property, I was actually cleaning out the garage. We had it move forward just so that I could have access. I've since then completed that, and I'm working on getting it put back into position so that everything can be aligned properly and it won't be an issue going further.
Okay, not a problem. Another suggestion would be to contact the building department and ask to speak with Rahima Golding. She can further instruct you on the permitting process. You just have to have your dad sign, giving you permission to obtain a permit. So that way you guys can either lay gravel, pavers, or maybe some asphalt so that way it's more adequate space to prevent from getting another violation for the same thing.
Sure, fair enough. Rahima Golding?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. What is the city asking?
An adjudication. Because at the time of the violation and the reinspection, the violation was still there. But the property owner's daughter is testifying that the vehicle is no longer going to be parked there because she temporarily had guests, but at the time of the reinspection, it was still there.
All right. Based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. So I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication. What is that? Court cost?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
How will I'm sorry. How will I know what those course costs will be and how to take care of them going forward?
You will receive something from the city in the mail.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Madam Magistrate, if there's an adjudication, is this going to be continued for it to be re-inspected or no?
He's saying it's abated.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next case is Caroline Otero, case number MHVIO 2020-00052. Property address 55 Northwest 120 Terrace. Gary Beswick is the officer.
I have a Richard Balecki, maybe? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Richard, if you can unmute yourself and enable your video.
Good morning, sir. Unmute yourself.
Okay, how about
Very well, thank you. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
yeah, my name is Richard Balecki. I'm the permit expediter for the owner and also the agent.
Thank you, sir. Please raise your right hand so you can be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Who's my officer?
Good morning, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. The property was cited to fail to obtain a required permit for interior remodeling of the kitchen and central AC installed without permits. It's a violation.
Okay. Sir, is this your property?
Yeah, that is the property, correct.
Okay. Do you understand the violation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Where are we in the process?
Yeah, actually, we did submit, plans and actually the applications for the appropriate contractors, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, along with the building portion. That was submitted in February, March, I believe March 16th of last year. And then, of course, the pandemic started. Since then, we do have corrections to resubmit back to the building. Unfortunately, our architect had contracted COVID as well. So he was out of commission for a good couple months. But right now we are working on the corrections to resubmit to the building department to obtain the permits.
Your Honor, we just need an adjudication with an abatement date.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, repeat that. I'm sorry.
No, it's I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, Gary, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said.
No, I was saying to the magistrate that all we need is an adjudication and give you the time that you need to obtain the permit.
Okay.
Based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation that exists, I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication. Sir, I'm giving you, Mr. Beswick, 60 days, or do you?
That's good.
Okay. We're giving you 60 days which brings you to May 6th. That's your abatement date to get this matter resolved. If not,
Okay.
there will be a daily fine amount, sir, of $500.
Okay, you said that was May 6th, madam?
May 6th, correct.
Okay, and that's to obtain the permits or to close out the inspections as well?
Permit issued.
Just have the, okay, very good. Okay.
All right, sir. Have a good day.
We
Thank
said
you.
they'll get it done in 60 days. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Have a good day.
You're welcome, sir.
Bye now.
The next case is Santiago Escoto, case number CERCV 2020-00094, property address 1330 Northeast 140 Street. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Santiago, could you please enable your video and audio?
Good morning.
I need you to enable your audio, please. I don't think you logged in with audio.
How about now? Say something so that we can see if you're, no,
They don't have audio.
Can you put up the volume? That's what happened to me. No audio? It should have asked them to enable audio, no? We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Is there a number for them to call in? Maybe they can.
Do you guys have an alternate device that maybe you can just call in?
It says wait.
Let's call the number.
Can you use your cell phone to call as I can see you? Okay.
You could just use the same link you used to log into this video, and it'll give you the option to select audio. All right, are you 786-367-7707? Is that your number? Yes? All right.
Gianna?
Okay, can you try speaking? I just unmuted you.
Still showing you.
I think is it ringing?
Oh, it should work now.
Hello? 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 Hello?
You have to let me mute you on the screen. Okay, try it now.
But now.
Hi, can you guys hear me now?
Perfect. Yes. Okay. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Hi, I'm Yuritsa Escoto, and I'm the daughter, and he is Santiago Escoto, and he's the property owner.
Okay. Does your dad speak English?
A little bit butchered.
Okay.
I can give you a Spanish interpreter if you'd like.
Yes, please.
¿Tú quieres interpretar?
I think it's better if I get translator.
Okay. Okay, please swear him in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Jura y afirma que el testimonio que dará sea la verdad, toda la verdad, lo jura ante Dios, y por favor responda, lo juro.
Lo juro.
Okay. Is your daughter going to be speaking too? Because if she is, she also needs to be sworn in.
¿Su hija va a hablar?
Are you going to be speaking too?
Si ella quiere hablar, ella habla mejor, ¿me entiende? Porque, I don't know.
She speaks better than myself.
No. What I was asking, I don't know if she's a witness on the case. So if she's...
La pregunta es si ella es testigo, si ella va a hablar. Yes, the answer is yes. She will speak.
Okay, then she needs to be sworn in.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis.
Buenos días, yo soy la oficial Karen Jean Lewis.
The property 1330 Northeast 140 Street was cited to obtain a variance for the boat parked on the side of the property.
La propiedad que se indicó, se le dio una citación porque necesitaba obtener un permiso especial para un bote.
Ok. ¿Qué permiso especial sería? Porque yo tengo ese bote hace 10 años. Yo lo tuve un tiempo en la parte del frente y me dijeron que no podía estar en la parte del frente de mi casa, sino en el lado de mi casa, tal y como yo lo tengo.
Un momento. What kind of permit would I need? Because I had that boat for the last 10 years. And in the past, I used to have it in the front. And I was told that I could not keep it in the front. So I have it in the side of the building as the picture shows.
The property owner would need to obtain an administrative variance, which is the application that I attached to the violation. I understand that. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
El propietario tiene que sacar un permiso especial y la aplicación también se la han adjuntado para usted. Ese es el permiso que necesita.
Okay. The boat cannot be parked in the front. However, the zoning department does allow it to be parked on the side of the property as long as the property owner obtains the variance permit.
El bote no puede ser parqueado en el frente, el bote puede ser parqueado en un costado, siempre y cuando obtenga ese permiso.
Ok.
Okay.
¿Qué tengo yo que hacer para coger el permiso? ¿Llenar la aplicación?
So, what do I need to do? Do I need to fill out an application?
Yes, he does. I will stop by the property and give him another application that he would need to submit to the zoning department.
Sí.
¿No es esta?
Yes, that one, yes.
Ese mismo.
This is the one, right?
Ese mismo.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, can I say something?
Yes.
I was looking at the application, and the application basically states that if he's going to get any constructive work done, what's the work going to be? But parking a boat on the side of the house is not even construction work. So how would he fill that part out, the project information?
The information as far as construction, he doesn't need to fill that out. But if you need further clarification, the zoning department, their number is listed on the application. They'll tell you everything that you need.
Okay.
All right. So, based on the evidence presented, how long do you need, Mr. Escoto?
Señor Escoto, ¿cuánto tiempo necesita para hacer esto?
Para llenar la aplicación, un día, ¿no?
No, como 2 semanas, algo así.
Say like 2 weeks, 2 semanas?
I would say about 2 weeks.
Okay. Right now, do you want, if he just submit the application, would that bring him, make him in compliance? Is that what you want him to do? Submit the application, or you want him
You need to submit it and get it approved.
Okay. So, sir, the process is a little lengthier than that. So what I will do, I will enter an adjudication because I do find that the violation exists, which means I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. I'm gonna give you 60 days because the process of you contacting and then submitting your application. It's a process. So we're going to bring you back in 60 days to see where we are. But for now, I am entering an adjudication on the case, and I will give you your abatement date is May 13th. And, we can revisit it by then. But if I find that the violation still exists and you haven't taken the necessary steps to remedy the situation, there will be a daily fine amount in your case for $200.
Bueno,
You understand, sir?
entonces esa es la decisión. Basado en la evidencia, determino que hay una infracción al código de la ciudad. Por lo tanto, estoy dando una adjudicación sobre este caso a la ciudad. Le estoy dando 60 días para que pueda completar todo el proceso, porque este es un proceso. Le estoy dando 60 días y la fecha de cumplimiento sería mayo 13. Y para esa fecha tiene que haber obtenido o todo lo que tiene que hacer y haber dado los pasos necesarios. Si no lo ha hecho, entonces habrá una multa diaria de $200. ¿Lo entiende?
Correcto.
Correct.
All right, sir. Have a good day. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Que pase buen día.
Bye.
Gracias.
Gracias, igual. Bye bye. Félix, entonces, ¿tienes aplicación? ¿Qué es lo que dice la aplicación?
Mr. Interpreter, at any time you want me to slow down, just tell me, okay?
It's okay. It's been fine. Thank you.
All right, sure.
Thank you.
The next case is for Jean G. Pierre Lewis, case number MHVI 020200067, property address 14210 Northeast 11th Avenue. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Galaxy A11, if you can enable video, please.
I'm here. I'm here.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Hi. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Jean Pierre Lewis, owner.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Hopefully you're not driving because we're going to need you to raise your right hand to be sworn in.
No, I'm
Please
hard.
raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. Property was cited to fail to obtain a required permit for concrete slab installation that was in progress at the time of my inspection. So the permit was not obtained. So that's what a violation is for. And those are the pictures from the day when I observed the violation.
Okay. Sir, is this your property?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand the violation?
I understand, but I have since have the permit, and permit has been approved. For weeks now.
Okay. Okay. You said the permit has been approved?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Beswick, what are you seeking?
Last time, seeking adjudication, last time I checked, it was not approved.
Can we have evidence? Can he show proof of it?
No, but I could print the thing. Could you go down?
Are you able to access the website?
No, I'm looking from the last time I checked it. We're sure. Keep going. The permit history. Right there.
It was signed and approved on the 12th.
12 of what, sir?
12th of March.
Okay.
Look for the year 2021 under application date.
Yes, sir.
2020 progress lab.
Got it.
Okay. Yes, I saw it. Yeah, it was approved, but I'll be picking up. Did it pay for it for it to be issued?
I paid, yes.
When?
When did I pay?
Yeah, to pick it up, to get the permit.
I think I have I pick up the permit. I pay for the permit.
You have a permit card with you?
Say again? Yes, I do. I have the permit card.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can dismiss it.
All right.
You can say what?
You can dismiss it.
Dismiss it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. All right, sir, you are in compliance. Your case is dismissed, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a nice one. Thank you, Gary.
All right.
The next case is Keystone 2009 LLC, case number CERCB 2020-00079. Property address 12855 Hickory Road. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Danny, would you mind enabling your video, please, so we can swear you in? Great.
Unmute yourself, sir. Unmute yourself. Wonderful. Okay. You haven't been sworn in yet. I just need to know if you can state your name, tell us your full name in relationship to the property. Did he freeze? I think he froze. No?
I am here.
Okay, sir. Your full name, your name, and your relationship to the property.
Yes, Danny Monticelli, and I am the property owner of the 12855 Hickory Road, Norma.
Okay. Kind of bad reception. Swear him in, please.
Miami, in the name of Keystone 2009 LLC.
Sir, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This property, address 12855 Hickory Road, was originally cited for a recreational vehicle that was placed in the front of the property. It was originally cited October 12th of 2020, whereas I was doing my normal inspections, I saw a trailer with a jet ski parked on the front, in the front driveway. I had not had any contact with the property owner. I sent 2 letters to the property. Again, did not have any contact with anyone there. Upon posting a notice to appear on February 25th, I spoke to Mr. Danny, who was pulling up at the property. He was actually across the street. He walked over. He stated it was his property. I am very familiar with Mr. Danny. He has several properties in Keystone. He stated at that time, I will have the jet skis removed over the weekend. Upon my reinspection on last week, Thursday, March 11th, the jet ski was still there parked on the front driveway. I'll let Mr. Danny explain what's going on with the jet skis and why they have been at the property since October and were still there upon my last inspection. Go ahead, Danny. Anybody phone?
Special magistrate?
Yes.
Okay, were you able to hear the testimony?
I was, but you guys have something up.
Okay.
Testify to it?
Yeah, I think she's finished. We were just showing the evidence.
Okay. Sir?
Yes.
The photograph is at your property?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you hear the testimony?
Yes, I have a picture from this morning. I already took it out by the...
You're having a bad reception where you are? You said you removed it this morning?
The beginning of the week. I also going to make the payment tomorrow about the fee that they charge for the ticket.
Okay. All right. But at the last inspection, Madam
Yes.
Was still there? At the last inspection, it was still there?
Yes, ma'am, it was. It was still there.
I was out of the country. I'm staying out, but I took it out.
Okay, what are you seeking?
This was taken this morning.
He said the photograph was taken this morning. What are you seeking?
He did give me a contact, called me and told me that it was removed. I, requested that he log on to Zoom. I don't mind tabling this, doing a reinspection. I would do a reinspection, sometime tomorrow, if not Monday, and, confirm that compliance has been met, especially since he's already been given the ticket for the exact same thing. I don't want to hit him with a double whammy. So again, we can table this. I'll do a reinspection and close out the violation if compliance has been met.
Okay, so we're going to table your case so that the officer can go back to inspect to make sure that you are in fact in compliance. And once she does her inspection, she will close out the case, okay? You're on mute. I think you muted yourself. He's muted. Okay, sir. All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Mr. Magistrate, did you adjudicate on that case?
You guys asked me to table it. You didn't ask me to adjudicate. All right, sir. He's still muted. Sir, this is, I will enter an adjudication. I find that the violation did exist. I will give the officer an opportunity to go back to inspect to make sure that you are in fact in compliance. So it's an adjudication and court cost or administrative fees. But once she inspects and finds that you are in fact in compliance, she will dismiss she will close out her case, okay? He's still on mute. He's still muted. Okay, Mr. Monticelli, have a good day, sir.
The next item on the agenda is Giselle Chow, case number MHVIO 2019-00418. It is item 29 on the agenda. The officer is Gary Beswick and the property address is 13105 Exora Court.
Hi there.
Hi, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Giselle Chow, property owner.
Okay.
13105 Exora Court, apartment 109.
Wonderful. Yes. Please raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Can you hear me?
I can. Try again.
Okay. Can you hear me with my mask on?
Yes. Perfect.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Can you please raise your right hand? Okay. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Isabela. Francisco.
Good morning. Good afternoon. This is Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. The property was cited for failure to obtain a required permit for the installation of a central AC that was installed without a permit. That's the scroll down to the picture. That's the AC that was installed, which is a split unit that required a permit. So it was installed without a permit.
Can't hear.
I apologize. I was on mute. I was asking a question. Ma'am, is this your property?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand the violation?
Yes.
Okay. And where are we in the process? Have you
I submitted
your application?
Yes, I submitted it on the 9th of March. I had to find new contractors to work on this as my other ones disappeared during this whole COVID issues. But so March 9th is when I dropped them off. I got them, I actually called, they told me it was going to be 10 days. I called them on the 11th and found out that they were denied because I need one more signature from an engineer to show where it's going to be placed on the wall. And I need sealed documents. That's what the inspector who read the permits said, that I need that one more signature to get them approved so I can start the process. So I can start the building.
Okay.
Or the fixing of what needs to be done.
Yes, Mr. Beswick?
Seek an adjudication with abatement date.
Yes. Okay, ma'am, based on the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city and enter an adjudication. You have until May 6th by which to resolve, which basically means that you need to work with your,
So I have like 60 days, right?
That gives you about 60 days, correct.
Okay.
And if you're not in compliance, there will be a daily fine amount, ma'am, of $350.
The job has to be done by May 6th.
The permit has to be issued.
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't.
Permit have to be issued.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, yeah, I'm finishing on getting on that last signature. So that's perfect. Okay.
Great. Good luck to you. And then stay in touch with the officer so that he knows where you are in the process.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
The next case is item 47 on the agenda, Rosemary Shafran, case number MHVIO 2019-00323, property address 740 Northeast 147th Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Rose, please enable your video and audio.
Hello, ma'am. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My name is Rosemary Elias Shiford.
Okay. Your relationship to the property?
I'm the owner.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. Please raise your right hand so you can be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do. I also need translator, please.
Okay.
Creole translator?
Yes.
Good afternoon. This is Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. The property was cited for converted a carport or garage into a living space, and some laundry hookup was installed without permit.
Bonjour, non, moi c'est Gary Beswick pour officier avec City North Miami. Et propriétaire là, est cité pour une conversion, un carport garage qui vient tourner en un espace de vivre avec un hookup pour mettre appareil de laver sans permis.
Ok, c'est une acheté Kaila depuis 2016. C'est
No,
pour ça.
Mrs. Rose. Miss Rose?
Yes.
I will just wait for us, give the city an opportunity to testify, and then I will allow you to ask questions and make your statement, okay?
No problem. Permet à nous moment, by City temps pour présenter un témoignage. Et puis après ça, ma bonne opportunité pour présenter questions avec pour bail témoignage par.
Merci.
Thank you.
Okay, you're gonna basically make us see the picture so you have an idea what we're talking about.
Si vous regardez photos, on va avoir une idée de ça m'a parlé.
Oui.
Oh, you have Kevin.
Yeah. The carport basically used to be right here, and the laundry. Go on. Over here, you see the laundry hookup on the outside by the corner right there. There's a laundry hookup right there.
Et sur la connexion pour laundry, ou après li lan coin là, ou après connexion pour appareil.
Oui, moi.
Yes, I see them.
Okay. So basically, that's what the violation is. A permit is required to convert a carport into a living space and to have a laundry hookup.
Alors, en effet, c'est la violation existait. Alors, ou besoin d'un permis pour convertir un carport en chambre.
Ok, est-ce que je peux parler, Konya?
Okay, may I speak now?
Yeah.
Ok.
Oui.
M'acheter Kaila depuis en 2016. C'est comme ça m'acheter Kaila, m'pas fait rien dans Kaila, moi seulement peinturer Kaila.
I purchased the home in 2016. The house was in this manner since 2016. I have not changed anything. It was like that since 2016. I have only painted.
When she purchased the home, she failed the reoccupancy certificate. It was disclosed at that time.
Alors là, l'acheter Kaila, li manquait présenter une certification d'occupation.
Ok, qui ça m'a fait Konya pour Campbell?
Okay, what can I do now in order to retain it?
Basically, you need to hire a licensed general contractor. She had the option of try to keep it as a living space or return it back to a carport, but that's her option. But she needs to hire a licensed general contractor to pull all the required permits.
Alors, elle a besoin d'un contracteur général pour soit il y a un choix, il cap Kimberly comme une chambre ou bien il cap retourner back à un carport. Mais soit c'est pas lui mais l'a pas obligé prend un général contracteur pour assister lui et pour sortir permis avec tout ça.
Ok, est-ce que pas un film qu'a payé pour Campbell pour au lieu de chercher un contracteur? Parce que ça va le prendre du temps.
Is there a fee that I can pay in order to retain it? Because if I go after a general contractor, this is going to take some time. No.
Ok. Pour qu'on y a travail moins fermé depuis le mois de février, m'a besoin de temps, jusqu'on a pour continuer le travail, m'a besoin de temps pour me faire un cob pour me faire, m'a toujours jeune contracteur, mais faut jeune cob qu'on y a travail moins campé, m'boko get travail.
Well, I've been out of work since February. My job closed in February and I'm still not back to work. So I'm going to need some time. I'm going to need some time to get the money. I can always find a contractor, but I'm going to need the money to do that. So I need some time to find the money and to get back to work.
I have no objection for time. We just need adjudication and she can ask the magistrate for the time she needs.
Je n'ai aucune objection au sujet de temps. Nous avons seulement demandé que vous présentez jugement et au sujet de temps, pas de problème à ça.
Ok.
You're mute, magistrate.
I mute myself because I want to make noise. Ma'am, how long do you need?
Combien de temps besoin?
Miss Kazo, faut me chercher contracteur. M'po continuer travail. M'pa di c'est un mois ni c'est 2 mois. Ou gen doit bon un mois bien 2 mois. Si ça pas résoudre, m'a tourner back dans city a pour m'ka demander une prolongation s'il possible.
Ms. Gazo, I do not have the money and I am out of work. I'm unable to tell you if it's going to be 1 month and 2 months because I still have to look for the contractor. I'm willing to accept whatever time you provide. And if it's not resolved in a month or 2, then I will be back to the city to request a prolongation or whatever it may take.
Okay. I don't think that it's going to be, it's going to happen in a month. So what I'm going to do, Ms. Rose, go ahead, Mr. Besler.
We can do what we did the last time. I gave her the July hearing.
Right. Ms. Rose, I do find that the violation exists. My lawyer hat is curious as to why, your closing agent didn't pick up on the fact that there was an addition illegal addition on the property. I'm a little confused because this is the second case, basically we have this morning that deals with the same thing. That should have been picked up when they did your lien search or your title search. But anyways, I do find that the violation exists. I do find in favor of the city, ma'am. I will enter an adjudication. And what that means is, you have an adjudication. And I'm going to give you 90 days. That's July 8th. For you to gather your coins and get yourself the general contractor to get the work to begin work on your property, pull all the permits because that's what Mr. Beswick wants to see. And as you work with your general contractor, stay in touch with Mr. Beswick so that he knows where you are in the process. Ma'am, I will enter a fine amount. That's a daily fine amount of $500. So you really don't want to have the clock run out on you. So you need to get to work, okay?
Madame Rose, trouvé que violation existait. Chapeau avocat me dit Jean curieux que agent closing one pas remarqué que tu gagné une violation, que tu gagné une addition illégale. Comme parti Kailan, que yo pas remarqué ça là, te fait recherche, parce que je me trouve ça drôle, moi je confuse parce que ça c'est deuxième cas aujourd'hui que nous avons même situation. Alors m'a pris jugement, m'a boit 90 jours, qui c'est au point de juillet 8 pour sembler comme pour jeune général contracteur pour le KBDO assister au land tout en œuvre là et puis sortir permis parce que c'est ça monsieur Beswick carrément ouais. Alors, commencer à travailler sur ça pour que avant temps fini, pour pas de problème. Parce que m'a montré une pénalité que m'a cessé de chaque jour $500. Alors, pendant le procès, il y a une communication avec M. Beswick pour mettre le courant de ça qu'a fait à chaque étape.
Ok. Contracteur, je ne sais pas côté pour contracteur, est-ce que monsieur en Gary a contacté avec pour aider dans ce sens ou bien est-ce que c'est papier yo te voye pour moi le contracteur pour me bailler puis qui genre de travail pour le faire dans là.
I don't know where to find a contractor. Is that something if I communicate with Mr. Gary, he'll be able to assist me with? Or is that on the paper, the violation paper, that if I show it to someone, they'll know what type of work is needed?
Show it to someone, our neighbors or somebody, but no, we don't recommend contractors.
Montrer mon papier, y a pas qui ça pour faire, mais non, nous-mêmes nous pas recommander contracteur.
Okay, merci.
Okay, thank you.
All right, bonne journée.
Merci, bye.
Thank you, likewise.
The next item on the agenda, this property has 3 cases. It's for Dugas Apartments 2 LLC, property address 1885 Northeast 121 Street. The officer is Karen Jean Lewis. The case numbers are CEMDU 2021-00001, CEMHS 2021-00001, and CEMIFHS 2021-00002.
Good morning, ma'am. Please state your full name in relationship to the property as soon as you unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. More beans, this is too light. I like my coffees. Crystal, is there a reason why she's still muted?
She's not clicking. I sent her an invitation, but she's got to figure out how to do it on her end. Holly, do you have another device you can use just to call in? You don't have, okay, I'm sending you an invitation to unmute your phone. You see it? Just click, can you just click it? You want to hang up and try logging back in? Okay. Okay, we'll call the next case if you want to log out and try to log back in. Okay. Maria, can you tell me what property you're here on behalf of? Maria Granados?
She's here for that same property.
Godoy, are you here on behalf of that same property? Hello, Maria?
Hello?
Yes, are you here on behalf of the property we just called Dugas Apartment?
I'm Raul.
I think it's a different property.
Okay, you're showing as Maria on our screen here.
Okay, Maria is the president of the association at La Pointe. And I
Property address. Can you give me a property address?
2416 Northeast 135th Street.
2416 Northeast
135th Street.
That's Francis Jacob.
Oh, that's a different case.
Correct. That's 2418. Remember you requested last time.
Is this a business or is it a residence?
It's a residential townhouse, 2416 Northeast 135th Street. I was told, I haven't been out to the unit since February of 2000 because of the COVID. I'm 71 and I have a unit there and it's empty where I normally kept my boat, but I took my boat out of there and I live in Miami Lakes, but I haven't been going anywhere because of the COVID.
Sir, I was just verifying the property that you're here on behalf of. It doesn't appear that you're on the agenda for today.
Okay. All right. So 2416 is not on the agenda. They told me I needed to put numbers out there. I don't know that.
Are you affiliated with perhaps 2418?
No, that's the next door neighbor.
It's for building address.
There's several on there, 2416, 18, 12, there's two of them.
Okay.
What's the name on that?
All right, give me just a moment.
For 2416. Oh, Raul Sierra? Okay, so he's number 43.
You guys want to do that one and go through this?
All right, Madam Magistrate, we're going to go ahead and hear his case. He's
item number 43, Raul de la Sierra, case number CEWRA 2020-00007, property address 2416 Northeast 135th Street. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Good morning. Is it still morning? Good afternoon, sir. Unmute yourself, please. Awesome. Please state your full name again and give us your address again.
Okay, Raul de la Sierra, 2416 Northeast 135th Street.
Awesome. Please swear him in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami Co-Compliance Officer. This is a violation for canal numbers not being placed, address numbers not being placed on the rear of the property for property address 2416 Northeast 135th Street. This violation was originally cited October 20th of 2020, whereas I was doing my normal inspections, writing up the waterways, I noticed no address numbers on the rear of the property. I sent the notice of violation that next day, did not receive any responses. As of last week, Friday, the 12th of March, address numbers still were not installed on the rear of the property. I'll let I'm not sure if he said the tenant or the agent of the property explain why address numbers are not there or not at least clearly visible from the rear of the waterways.
Okay, I'm the owner of that unit and I haven't been out there since February of 2020. because I live in Miami Lakes. Like I said, I keep my boat there, and I didn't get any notice. I have all my mail forwarded to my home in Miami Lakes, 14370 Lake Crescent Place, for electric, water, everything, all the taxes and everything to my house here. And I haven't gone to that property, so I haven't gone to see anything that might have come into that mailbox. Normally, when I go there, there's nothing but advertising and junk mail in the mailbox. So I didn't know anything about it, but I'll resolve it right away if someone lets me know what I need to do.
In short, as the violation states, you need to put address numbers on the rear of the property, whereas we can clearly see it from the waterways. Do I have to put it up high or low? Where do I put the numbers, ma'am? I would say, and I'm going to apologize, I need to, I'm sure you know how the rear of the property is, and this property alone has a lot of mangroves in the rear of them. So I would just recommend, I don't want to say low and or high. I would say place them whereas you think I can clearly see them. Because I believe there's some of these are 2 stories. So, I guess if you place it high enough, I could see it. But again, I don't want to say high with all of those mangroves back there and I still can't see it.
Do you have any photographs of the rear of the property?
Yes, Magistrate, one moment.
As you see, Magistrate.
Which one is his?
Directly in front of this boat. It's 2418 is the corner, 2416 is right beside it. So it would be, right in the midst of where these boats are. So it's the second bay, the second condo from the corner. So as you see between the mangroves, between the boats, I can't clearly see it. I definitely wouldn't recommend you put it on the dock or anything, but I
you
see
can't
some of
see
them.
Anything.
Yeah.
Would you even see the numbers?
Some of them have placed it. I could see 2408 and 2410 clearly, but again, it might just be, the little space of in between where the trees and landscaping is. But, clearly, as you see, it's a lot back there. That's why when he says, when he's asking and advising where should he place them, it's kind of hard for me to see. I've instructed most of these unit owners to, possibly, go to the back. I think all but maybe 2 or 3 don't have boats, but go out on the boat, and see what I would be looking at if I was on the boat behind your property, and place them where you think they would be clearly visible. But it's very hard to see with these units as a whole.
Can I say something, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we've tried with the association to get riparian rights to trim the mangroves, but it has to be through DERM and it has to be a special approval. So we've been waiting on that. But I can put the number up high and see if I can see it. Like I said, I haven't had my boat out there, so I don't know exactly, but I'll do the best I can. How big of numbers do I have to do? 6 inch?
6 inch would be great. Yes.
Yeah, I would be happy to go out there and do it. I haven't been to the property since February of 2020.
Well, sir, thank you for your honesty because I couldn't really make out anything from the photos in terms of it was blocked with the mangroves.
I'd be happy to put the numbers up. I didn't know about it. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to table this to give you the time to do it. I'm giving you 30 days. Get it done, and then inform the officer.
I'll go out this Saturday with my son and put them up, ma'am.
Awesome, and inform the officer so that she can go back and investigate, and then she can close out your case. Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry about what happened.
That's okay, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
The next customer is in City Hall on the 2nd floor. His name is Ferrer Carpentier. He has 2 cases on this property, which is located at 13202 West Dixie Highway. The case numbers are CEFOB 2020-00032, which was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of February the 4th. The fine set was $250. The second case is CEZCU 2020-00065, which was also previously adjudicated. The abatement date was February the 4th, and the fine set was $250.
Okay, the first one was how much?
$250.
Okay, so it was both for February 4th?
Yes.
Okay.
26 and 27.
Only two files, right?
Yes.
Okay, sir, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
My full name, Ferrer Charpentier.
Ok, Monsieur Charpentier, est-ce que vous voulez interprète?
S'il te plaît, tapez pour moi parce que je parle anglais, mais je ne vais pas apprendre anglais.
Okay, Mr. Interpreter?
Creole interpreter, are you there?
Hello?
Our Creole interpreter?
Interpreter, are you
Yes,
there?
can you hear me?
Now we
Can you hear
can.
me?
You were on mute. Yes. Okay. Monsieur, I forgot his name. Monsieur Charpentier, please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Monsieur Charpentier, s'il vous plaît, déclarez nom entier ou et relation à propriétaire.
Ferrer Charpentier.
Céleste Charpentier.
Non, non, Ferrer.
Ferrer
Charpentier.
Ferrer?
Ferrer Charpentier.
Okay.
Interpreter speaking, I'm having a hard time understanding him.
I me too. Is it Ferrer, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Ferrer with an F.
Okay, got it. Okay, what is your relationship to the property, sir?
Qui relation avec propriétaire? I'm the owner. I am the owner of the property.
Okay, swear him in, please.
Please raise your right hand.
S'il vous plaît, levez mes doigts.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Est-ce que seulement juré que témoignage va présenter le procès, je dis si la vérité, toute la vérité, seulement la vérité, et dis moi juré.
La vérité, la
The truth.
Thank you.
Merci.
Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This case was originally opened October 31st of 2020 for a business tax receipt and certificate of use. As of last, go ahead.
Non, c'est Shannon Sanders. Moi, c'est officier de conformité de City North Miami. Problème, ça a commencé le 21 octobre 2020 et c'est au sujet de reçu de taxes de business et I'm sorry, interpreter speaking. You said a business tax receipt. Et
Certificate of use.
Utiliser.
As of last week, Wednesday, March 11th, compliance has not been met.
Et à partir de semaine dernière, mercredi 11 mars, propriétaire jusqu'à présent pas conforme. I have both of them in hands here. I have the certificate of use and the business tax receipt here. I have both of them.
Can you tell me when was those obtained?
Ou cap dim ki la ou obtenyo? Yes, I'm going to tell you. I have it here.
Issue date
3/25/2021.
No, 3/5/2021.
No, 5/2021. I have both of them in hand.
In my hand.
Okay, if you can, let me look. I mean, can he show me what he's showing? Because I mean, when I'm looking at the computer, I don't see anything. So what is it that he's saying he has in hand? Is that the application or the actual certificate of use?
Ou ka montre mon ka explique m sa gen la men parce que l'm gade le système nan ba wè que gen rien. Est-ce que c'est une application qu'on gagne ou bien en effet ou gen?
Pas application non, mais tous les deux la même. Ou capable voir là, ba connaître si.
Montre yo youn apre l'autre. Montre youn, mettez le piwo. Oli tête en bas, I see it. Virez le pour moi. I'm sorry, I'm asking him to turn it and put it up.
You're right.
Okay, put it up closer towards your face.
people
Back
are
up a little
figure.
bit. Back up. Awesome. Right. Well, too far. But do you see it, officer?
I'm trying to look. I'm also trying to look in the computer because I don't see it in the business tax receipts.
Okay. I don't see a date on it, but I see clearly says business tax receipt from City of North Miami. Okay.
I have a code officer there. Can the code officer come out and verify the
Yes,
date
that would
on
help.
on the document?
Yes, they don't have to.
Yep, so this is issued on March 5th, 2021, and expires on September 30th of 2021.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Awesome. Thank you. The next one?
And the certificate of use was issued on February 23rd, 2021.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay. Is there a particular reason why you were not able to pull that up on the system?
I really don't have an answer for that because I mean, I have my laptop and I'm looking now. I don't see it. We depend on other departments to kind of get that information. So maybe, I don't know. I don't want to, be on the record saying anything, but it's not there.
Mba vraiment connais exactement ça que fait mba ouais paraître là la computer non la système là. J'ai computer personnellement avec moi là, m'a regardé mais malheureusement nous dépend sur l'autre département pour yo présenter nous avec information ça mais en ce moment mba vle dire aucune parole qui passe ça même pas vraiment connaît ça que fait pas paraître dans le système là.
Bon,
No, one from Monsieur Charpentier. Okay. All right. So what is the city seeking now?
Alors qui ça city
There's compliance. There's compliance, magistrate. The adjudication was already entered, but there appears to be compliance. So.
All right, Mr. Charpentier. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
Charpentier. Un jugement qui était déjà entré mais en conformité pour qu'on y est.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Merci, monsieur.
Yes, you're good.
Oui, très bien.
Okay. Bonne journée. Metal Lakayo.
Merci beaucoup.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I was hoping that this was our last client so I can take a break, but I see someone else just join us. There's Patricia Mugara who has joined us. I really want to take a 5-minute break.
Well, we can do that, magistrate. That person didn't register, so we can hear them. They just logged in, so we can hear that case after the 5-minute break.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll be back.
Hello.
Hollis, can you confirm what property you're here on behalf of? Hollis, can you confirm what property you're here on behalf of? I need an address. I've given, you can speak.
Okay. Who's the next case?
Holly?
Yes. The next three items on the agenda are for Dugas Apartments 2 LLC, property address 1885 Northeast 121 Street, case number CEMDU 2021-00001, CEMHS 2021-00001, and CEMHS 2021-00002. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Ma'am, please state your full name in relationship to the property.
Holly Pointe-Jour, I'm a tenant here.
All right, wonderful. Vernon, please.
She said swear in.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 1885 Northeast 121 Street, unit number 17, was cited for 3 different violations. The property, hold on one second. Which one's the first one?
CEMDU.
Can I take a look at that? Sorry. The first case is CEMDU in reference to mold throughout the entire unit. As of the final reinspection date, there's been no compliance. The tenant is still dealing with mold issues. She's purchased numerous little devices from the store to help remove moisture in the unit. Can you guys pull up pictures, please?
Madam Magistrate, I just want to make sure that the record reflects that this is a tenant here and that the property owner is not here.
Yes, she stated that.
Okay.
I want to talk about, did we talk about notice?
Yes, the property was posted. Hold on. The property was posted on February 23rd of this year.
Okay.
Notice to appear.
Yeah, this is the notice to appear right here. However, I'm waiting for you to scroll to the picture of the posting because I don't recall the exact time.
Well, we just want to put in the record, Magistrate, that the notice to appear was sent certified mail to the property owner, and the property was also posted.
Okay. Okay, you can proceed.
The next case is CEMHS 2021-00001, and this was for the water heater. Whenever you're in the unit, the water heater is giving off this really pungent smell. The tenant has had to tape it and put paper towels to help keep it from spreading throughout the unit. I cited the property owner to have someone come out and check the water heater and the coils to make sure that there was no corrosion or overgrowth. However, there's still no compliance for that as well. And that
Magistrate, I'm sorry. I'm trying to show you pictures before the officer goes on to the next case. I still want to show you the pictures from the first case.
Right, for the mold, right?
Yes. If you just give me a moment, I'm trying to get you what you need for the violations. There's so many attachments here. I don't know what this. So what is this?
This is the AC in the unit. Because whenever the AC or the water heater are being utilized, there's a very pungent smell. And the tenant had to obtain her own mold specialist to come out and investigate the property and determine whether or not the conditions present mold.
And was
their findings is that there is mold, but they haven't supplied the report just yet. It's going to take a few more days because they came out to the unit yesterday, so the report isn't completed.
And this picture?
This picture is of the water heater,
which is old and needs to be replaced. But that's, yeah.
Okay, you guys have to explain to me what I'm looking at. The first thing that you showed me was a filter, right?
Yeah, that's the AC.
Okay, the AC filter. What about the AC filter?
I took a picture of the AC just to show you the condition of the AC unit. When I was in the unit with the tenant, even though I was wearing 2 masks, I can still smell a very pungent smell coming from the AC as well as the water heater. Unfortunately, the picture can't depict what I smelled, but...
Right. And that's the reason, that's why you have to verbalize it, because the only thing that I saw was a filter. And, you know, from the filter, AC filters, when they need to be changed, that's the color. You understand? It's just a dirty filter. So I can't, I wasn't sure what I was showing. Okay. All right. Did we say there were 3 cases or are there 2?
And then the other cases for the window screens. The property throughout doesn't have any window screens. The tenant purchased like a makeshift window screen that she has to tape up and put in her bedroom and the bathroom in order to get some air circulating. In the unit, the windows in the front, unfortunately, because of the size, she wasn't able to get like a temporary screening. Whenever she opens it, lizards, roaches, and other vermin come into the unit. She can testify to her email transaction with the realtor as it pertains to the property. They've gone back and forth. They promised to send someone out. Someone comes out, they fog the unit, and there's still no compliance as far as the smell, the mold, or the window screenings. Oh, and this picture here, this is the closet that the water heater is stored in. As you can see, she had to put tape and like napkins in order to block it out to keep the smell from coming. And the little device that's hanging on the door, she had to purchase several of those to help monitor the moisture in the home. She also has like the Arm & Hammer bags that you hang in the closet underneath the sink, and it pulls in the moisture that's found in the air. And those were filled with a lot of water while I was there.
Give her the opportunity. Magistrate, can we allow the tenant to give testimony on what her experience is in the apartment?
Absolutely, sure. Ma'am?
Hi.
Hi. Okay. What's going on?
I moved in the 19th of December, my son, myself, and my little dog. But the 3 days prior, the beginning of December, when I came here, the AC was on 73. And I really didn't realize it, but it was nice and cold, so you couldn't smell anything. And the person had already left 2 months or 3 months prior to me moving in here. December 19th, moving in, you know, the weather wasn't all that hot, 54 degrees, 40 something. So I turned off my AC. It's after the 3rd day, let's say around Christmas time, that's when I started smelling stuff, and I couldn't believe it. I thought it was coming from the AC, but then when my stuff was still in boxes, I'm taking my time to unpack, and that's when I realized the smell is coming from the closet where the water heater is, and it's very, very old. I call, I text, I email, I call, I text, I email. It's Christmas. I don't get anything back till probably 27 or 28. So they come and see what the issue is, act like, you know, they smell it, they say it's moist, They tell me I have to have the AC on constantly. And I said, are you serious? I'm on the second floor. I have another person on top of me. I have tile. I'm freezing in my house. I can leave my windows open. You said to me before I signed the lease that you're going to install the screen. Up until today, no screens. I have emails, nasty emails telling me that maybe it's my furniture that smells like mold. Meanwhile, I lived around the corner in another complex and never had a problem with mold or anything like that. I have to subsidize. I had to get me an air purifier. Unfortunately, the size of the apartment is about 1,100 square feet. I thought I was just doing my room. I was told by someone else I need to get a bigger one. But I have to accommodate just to live here. It's a constant buying this, buying that, buying this. I'm very unhappy here. I went to my allergy doctor, which I haven't seen him since 2013, and I'm allergic to mold, dust, the dust mites, 135 shots, my son and I had the inspector, Mold Miami specialist, come in yesterday in the afternoon. And as upon coming in, they was like, yeah, we can give you as much sample as you want, but I'm telling you now, this place is full of mold. They went into the AC unit. They took out the new filter that I just put in, and he examined it, and he said the whole coil, the entire thing has mold in it. Then I opened up the closet door to the bedroom. He said, yes, first of all, the water heater is old. It needs to be replaced. And that's where your mold issue, the moist, is coming from. Even if you have the AC on constantly, you're breathing it. I haven't emailed the landlord after she emailed me that nasty stuff. That's why I said, you know what? I'm going to put my money together. I'm going to get an inspector because I don't want to stay here anymore. It's a hazard to my health, and they're not doing anything about it. You already know the apartment has mold, but you're selling the apartment. After the lease is signed, a week later, this is when you're telling me, oh, it's as is. What's as is? It's as is when you're selling, not as is as you're renting. I don't know. Correct me. But she's very nasty. I do pay my rent on time. No problem. I just want my money so I can just move on. Find me someplace else. I cannot.
Okay. Anything else?
That's about it.
No, that is all.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the tenant, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. I hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until, what's 30 days? What's the next,
The next abatement?
Huh?
Give me one moment, please. The next hearing abatement date is April the 8th.
Okay. Owners have until April 8th, by which
note that you will not be presiding over that hearing.
That's fine. It can't wait. That's fine. Owners have until April. Who's speaking? Yes,
ma'am. Do I still pay my?
I cannot make that decision for you, ma'am. Right. That's not what's before me. That's not what I'm handling here today. Owners have until April 8th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $1,000.
Okay.
Is that for all three cases, magistrate?
For each, yes.
So this has to be fixed. If I decide to want to move, I don't know, what do I do? That's
not entered against you, ma'am. That's entered against the property, the owner.
Oh.
It's not a fine against you.
Okay.
Okay. Whatever else legally that you need to take, whatever other legal action you need to take, you need to speak to an attorney about that. But this decision does not affect you personally. It affects the property and the owner of the property.
Okay.
Okay. I find it it's egregious that you have been dealing with this since December. I find it egregious that you and your kids are forced to live in a property where, you know, there's mold. You are inhaling mold, and you tell me there's a pungent smell that's coming out that you have to tape up the entire closet, you know, just so that you don't have to deal with it. I think it's egregious.
You still smell it, but at least it's a little bit less. But at nighttime, I'm coughing up more. I'm coughing more. Sometimes I have to sleep in the living room because the water heater is in my room. That's where the big walk-in closet is. It's in my room. And then the AC unit, it's in the hallway. But both of them smacking together, I mean, well, at least give me some screens. You don't even, you know there's mold in here. Comply. Do something.
I wish you luck, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Our items 22 and 20 for Elizabeth Gomez. The first case is MHVIO 2020-00068. The second case is RCCOR 2020-00004. Both of them are for Gary Beswick, and the property address is 13506 Northeast 22nd Court. Yes.
Hi, Patricia. Please enable your video and audio.
Hello.
Hi, ma'am. Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Por favor, diga su nombre completo y qué relaciones tiene usted con la propiedad.
Oh, she's still muted. Unmute yourself. Can you tell her to unmute herself?
Puede ponerla. Gracias. Adelante.
Mi nombre es Patricia Vega Mugarra y soy una de las propietarias.
¿Ustedes qué?
Patricia Vega Mugarra, soy una de las propietarias de esa propiedad.
My name is Patricia Begay Mugara. I am one of the owners of that property.
Okay. Please swear in.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department.
Buenas tardes, le habla el oficial de la ciudad de North Miami del Code Enforcement.
Building Department. The property was cited for failure to obtain a required permit for kitchen renovation, electrical panel upgraded, new hot water heater tank, and the rear screen porch patio was enclosed. All was done without a permit.
La propiedad se le dio una citación por haber hecho remodelaciones en la cocina y en las diferentes áreas que han dicho, todos ellos sin haber conseguido un permiso.
I observed a violation during a reoccupancy certificate inspection. That's when I observed a violation. So there's a corresponding case with this special magistrate. As you referred earlier, you want to know why these keep on happening, but a lot of title company, they get a denial of REAC and they move forward and close. So then they own and get stuck with it.
Yeah. Ma'am, is this your property?
Señora,
yes.
¿Esta es su propiedad? Yes.
Okay, do you understand the violation?
¿Entiende la infracción?
Sí, nosotros recibimos la notificación y ya estamos, porque el año pasado aplicamos para el Reoccupancy Permit, pero no sabíamos que dependía de tener los permisos. Entonces fue...
Momento. Yes, we are aware. And last year we were aware and we were not informed. We did not know that we needed for the reoccupancy to have a permit approved.
O sea, tuvimos las dos notificaciones, que nos faltaba el reoccupancy y que nos faltaban los permisos. Aplicamos al reoccupancy y nos fue negado. Nos enteramos este año que nos fue negado porque no teníamos los permisos. Pero ya estamos trabajando.
We needed two. We needed the reoccupancy and the permits. The reoccupancy was denied, and but we are working on that now.
Okay. And sorry, go ahead.
We seeking an adjudication and ask her what time she needed to abate the violation.
You said you were denied. How long ago was that?
¿Y hace cuánto tiempo que le negaron de eso?
Bueno, yo busqué el reoccupancy. Esta es la carta de la negación. Yo la busqué este año, fue hace como un mes que yo la busqué en la oficina.
Well, this is the reoccupancy letter, and I went to get it about 1 month ago from the office.
Okay. All right, ma'am. How long do you need to get this matter resolved?
Señora, ¿cuánto tiempo necesita para arreglar este asunto?
Mi contractor me dijo que ya el arquitecto estaba trabajando en los planos para el enclosure que se hizo de la terraza, pero que necesitaban menos 2 semanas para terminarlos y poder presentarlos a la ciudad.
Well, the architect told me that they are working on the enclosure and he needed at least 2 weeks. 2 semanas para qué?
Para terminar el plano, los nuevos planos.
2 weeks in order to finish the new blueprints.
Okay. Magistrate, push it to July.
Push it to July?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Based on the evidence presented, I do find that the violation exists. I find in favor of the city. I will enter an adjudication. I will give you 90 days, ma'am. So that brings us to July 8th. So you have until July 8th. And go ahead, Mr. Interpreter, I'm sorry.
Bueno, entonces, basado en la evidencia que se ha presentado, yo veo que la infracción existió y estoy adjudicando a la ciudad por la infracción y le estoy dando un plazo de 90 días, sería hasta julio 8.
Está bien, muchas gracias. Nosotros vamos a tener todo presentado antes de esa fecha.
Thank you very much. We'll have everything ready for that date.
I wasn't done with the daily fine amount, and if it's not resolved by the daily fine, by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $250.
No había terminado con la última parte. La última parte es que si a la fecha que yo le he dado, julio 18, no está resuelto esto, como se dijo, entonces habrá una multa diaria de $250.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you. It's for both case correspondent. It's 2 cases.
Correct. For each.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Y eso es para los 2 casos. Para los 2 casos.
La misma fecha para los dos.
The same date for both cases, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
The next item on the agenda is for a customer who's here in City Hall, Jerry Turner, case number MHVIO 2019-00393. His property address is 729 Northeast 127th Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
I see the officer, but I don't see the, okay.
Oh, here you go.
Hello,
Sir, please state your full name in relationship to the property.
my name is Jerry Turner. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay. Swear him in, please.
Please raise your right hand, sir.
Right?
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. Property was cited for kitchen renovation without permit. As of today, no permit has been obtained. I did get a message from Mr. Turner. Say he's seeking more time, but we need this has been going on, if my memory serves me well, since 2019. So we need an adjudication.
I understand what he's saying.
Did he say he can't hear?
I can't understand what he's saying. It's not very clear.
He says he's having difficulty hearing.
Okay, Mr. Turner said the property was cited for kitchen renovated in progress at the time back in 2019. As of today, there's no permits on file. And I did get your message seeking an extension, but we need an adjudication and you can ask and we can ask how much time you need, so we can give you an abatement date. But we need an adjudication.
Sir?
I'm having a problem understanding, but I said basically I understand what he said.
The kitchen renovation, your kitchen renovation from 2019?
There was no renovation. It's simply an exchange of kitchen cabinets. That's all it was.
Okay, I didn't hear that, sir. Say that again?
I'm sorry?
No, you repeat yourself, please.
Did I don't remember a mask? Yes, it's simply changing the kitchen cabinet. There was no renovation.
Okay, you said it was not the renovation? I'm looking at the are you able to see the pictures?
The thing is, I was trying to get without it from that.
Okay, can you guys hear him? I can't make out what he's saying. Sir, are you able to see the photographs up on the screen?
Yes, I am. I said it was what the place was taking the old cabinet down, but the new ones in, that's all it was. But anyway, it was done without a permit, that's true.
Okay, so we need adjudication on abatement date, please.
Okay. Sir, I find that the violation does exist. I find in favor of the city, I will enter an adjudication. I'm giving you 60 days. I'm giving you until...
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm giving you until May 13th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, sir, there will be a daily fine amount.
Well, I'm going to move to dismiss this matter because it was heard before. I went to a hearing that was resolved. The hearing, I paid a $250 fine, and there's been no communication whatsoever from the department to me since that time, other than a letter of rejection from the payment of the fine.
He's referring to a ticket.
I understand that. Okay, sir, there will be a daily fine of $300 if you don't resolve this matter, okay?
What can I finish?
What did you say?
I went to a hearing. It was paid the fine. Everything. It was all dismissed. I don't know. I don't even know. There's even the citation was dismissed. Finished off and everything. So I'm not sure why I'm even here.
Okay, he's a little confused about the process. So you were there. Go ahead.
He's fully aware. This is not his first rodeo. Mr. Turner.
Yes, sir.
What you're referring to was a ticket. This is a violation.
I'm sorry?
Violation that you received back in 2019. So what you did, you paid a ticket, and you think by paying a ticket, you solved the issue. But no, the issue is you did work without a permit. In order to create a violation, you need to get a permit.
Well, I thought that the matter was resolved when I went to the hearing and it was adjudicated. So that was what I didn't know what I had to do anything further than that. I willingly, purposely violated your regulation further. As a matter of fact, I went to the building and zoning last week, attempted to get a permit, and they told me I couldn't get a permit.
No, you need a contractor.
I beg pardon?
Need a licensed general contractor. It's an apartment building, commercial property.
I got a contractor. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's a commercial property. It's a multi-family building. You need a licensed general contractor.
Really?
Yes.
Well, no, I really never had to get a contract for anything I had to do before, so I wasn't aware that I had to do that. But anyway, I went and attempted to do that, and I haven't had time to an opportunity to find a contract. As a matter of fact, I tried to call you, I think it was 2 days ago, 3 days ago. I'm sorry?
Yeah, I got the message. I did say that.
I'm having a very hard time understanding what you're talking about. That's the mask on or whatever you use.
Sir, why don't you call Mr. Beswick after the hearing, okay? So you can get more information in terms of how you can go about resolving this.
Well, that's what I was trying. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. You know, the call was 2 days ago, 3 days ago, but I left a message and I didn't. To my knowledge, I didn't get a return to that message. But I'll be happy to do that. So. All right. Since already been paid fine $250, it came with dispense with a fine in this instance.
I can't really make out what, I can't hear. Sir, please call Mr. Beswick. We're done with your case. Call Mr. Beswick so that you know how best to go forward in trying to get this matter resolved.
Okay? Yes, ma'am, but can we just dispense with this? Is it fine in this instance? They already paid I think it was $250. And I'm going to have to go hire a contractor to get a license, get a permit.
You have 60 days.
I beg your pardon?
60 days.
I'm having trouble hearing. I understand what you're saying, sir.
60 days, sir. I'm giving you 60 days.
Code Officer Jose, can you please explain and give him the instructions?
Okay, I guess. First, if you can put on your mask and come over here, please. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
The next customer is Sadama Investments and Development. He's also in City Hall on the second floor. The case number is MHBIO 2019-00484. The property address is 13970 West Dixie Highway. Gary Beswick is the officer. Item 49 on our agenda.
Just give the officer a moment, Special Magistrate. You're on mute, Magistrate.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I thought you asked me to hold. No?
Oh, yeah. I thought you were talking to us. I saw your mouth moving.
Oh, I'm my assistant. I'm sorry.
Okay. Jose, are you there?
Are we talking to Mr. Turner?
Yeah, I'm trying to speak to the other resident.
Sir, can you state your full name and relationship to the property?
My name is Wilder Cecilian, and the owner of Sidama Investment and Development.
Okay, sir. Swear him in, please.
Can you please raise your right hand? Can you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. The property was cited for failure to obtain all required permit for interior alteration and renovation that was in progress without the required permits back in 2019. The permit was applied for, but there no permit had been issued as of today. So what we're seeking is an adjudication and ask the owner where we are in the process of obtaining all the required permits for the interior renovation and alteration of the location.
Okay. All right, Mr. I'm sorry, I didn't write down your name. Sir, is this your property? Do you see the photographs on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I understand the code compliance officer said that you did apply for the permit after the fact.
Yes, I did apply for the permit.
Okay, where are we on the process now?
Well, the blueprint already, what hold me up right now is them that they asked me for certain, because of the coverage keep going back and forth. I still haven't get all the different things that they've been asking me for. I've been bring them in back and forth, so it looked like, I thought that would have been finished back now, but it looks like I need a little bit more time to get everything done, because all the papers is in the county already for process.
Okay.
Special Magistrate, we're asking for adjudication, and you can push it for July, because the place is vacant.
Got it. Okay, sir. Sir, I do find that you are in violation. I find in favor of the city, I will enter an adjudication. I'm giving you 90 days, which will bring you to July 8th. Okay? July 8th. And if the matter is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $500.
Ma'am, I have invested a lot of money there. You know, I want to finish finish the job as soon as possible, but it's not because of it's not me that caused that. It's to them that because of the COVID problem that is the problem for them to get the job done.
I understand. The problem was you starting work without applying for a permit. It's a process. You went ahead of the process. You started working without pulling a permit.
Well, that's true because I thought it's a restaurant and I was working on the inside. You know, I don't think, you know, just a little bit model was supposed to be, you know, permit for. But
I understand. But I'm giving you the time. I'm giving you the time that you need to try to get it together because we want it done correctly, okay? So you have until July, get on it, you know, stay in contact with the compliance officer so that he understands what you're doing. And what's the hearing date in July, Madam Clerk?
It's July the 8th for the abatement date and 7/15 for the hearing date.
The 15th is the hearing date, sir. You will get a notice in the mail. In the meantime, get to work so that you can have a report for the general magistrate on July 15th. Best of luck to you, sir.
Ma'am, there's not any chance I can get a little bit more time in that just in case because you say I'm going to be fine and, you know. It's
going on since 2019.
Pardon me?
Going on since 2019. That's before COVID.
So, like I said, you know, show progress. Once you can see that you are doing the work, you know, you're doing what needs to be done, the city will work with you. But this matter has been going on since 2019, so best of luck to you, sir.
So then my next hearing date will be on July 19th?
Say that again?
You said my next hearing day will be on July 19th?
15th, but you will get a notice. The 15th. And you will get a notice in the mail, but the date that you need to concern more mostly about is July 8th, because the 8th is your abatement date.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
All right, sir. Have a good day.
All right. Thank you.
Who's Victor? There's a Victor N.
That's the city. That's the city magistrate.
Oh, okay.
We have two other people here. However, at this time, they're not where they should be. So we're going to go ahead and start moving forward with the list. For those that did not appear today, if they show up, we'll call them.
Okay.
Olga, yeah, but I don't have numbers on my phone. Olga Handal, case number RCC OR 2019-00032, property address 160 Northwest 120th Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. This property was citing the failure to obtain an approved reoccupancy certificate prior to title transfer. The property was first cited back
7/19/19.
July 19, 2019. And as of today, there is no approved reoccupancy certificate on the property. Notice to appear was posted on the property July, February 16th or 18, 2021 at 12:02 p.m. Affidavit of posting is on file.
Okay. Are we done?
Yeah.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice. Given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until April 8th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $250.
Magistrate dates.
Madam Magistrate, I don't think you're using the dates that we have scheduled for you to preside over the hearings. I think you're using the other dates.
Okay, what dates you want me to go to May 13th?
May the 6th is the abatement date for the May 13th hearing.
Got it. Okay, so strike my prior abatement date. So instead of April 8th, it is May 6th. Abatement date May 6th by which to resolve the violation.
I'm sorry, what was the fine set?
$250.
Okay, thank you. The next case on the agenda is 12773 West Dixie Highway LLC, case number CEROS 2020-00006. Property 12773 West Dixie Highway. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer. This is item number 14 on our agenda.
Number 14?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis.
Number 14? Yeah, 12773. No, you gotta go down some more. You gotta go to new business.
Oh. Okay. Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 12773 West Dixie Highway was cited to apply and obtain a permit to replace the damaged window at 12777 West Dixie Highway before the reinspection date. And as of the final reinspection date, the plywood still remains on the window. I was in communication with the property owner via email. She advised that the tenant would be taking the necessary steps to fix the window. However, as of the final reinspection date, there's still no compliance. The notice to appear was posted on, just a moment here. It was posted on February 18, 2021 at 11:02 a.m.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice. Given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $250. Why is everybody so quiet?
We're going to call the next case. It's okay, sorry.
The next item on the agenda is going to be item number 42. This customer is on the second floor in City Hall for Oxford Court Condo, CEMIS 2020-000. property 13655 Northeast 10th Avenue. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Hello, how are you? Please state your full name and relationship to the property.
Okay, this is Michael Etienne of the Mike Law Firm, PA. I am representing the Oxford Court Condominium Association.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Go ahead, guys.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 13655 Northeast 10th Avenue was cited to contact the building department and renew their expired permits for plumbing. The permit expired on February the 15th of 2020. I had received complaints from tenants in the building that advised that, especially above where the plumbing work was being done, that there's a foul smell whenever they're on their balconies, that they continue to smell. So I cited them to obtain the necessary, renew the permit that had expired to continue the work. But I have not succeeded in making contact with anyone. I did find a phone number for Michael Etienne. I left a voicemail, but I haven't heard back. The notice was posted to the property. Give me just 1 second. Okay, that's all.
Magistrate, you're on mute.
I am. Mr. Michael? I'm sorry, Mr. Etienne.
No problem.
Okay. Do you have any question for the officer, or is there any statements that you wish to make on behalf of your client?
Absolutely. So here's our situation. Roughly a year before the permit was pulled, the association hired a company by the name of Plumbing Expert to basically dig up the old sewer line and replace the sewer line. Unfortunately, they broke open that little section that's opened up there. They opened it up and they tried to basically conduct, or they presented to us a change order, which we didn't agree to. So now this case is currently in litigation. What I did attach as evidence was the actual docket sheet that shows, and this is case number 2020-008146 CA01. This is before Judge Butchko, Beatrice Butchko, and now there's a breach of contract cause of action in which we find, or we're trying to find, that these individuals are in breach of contract because they don't want to complete the job, or quite frankly start the job at the price they quoted us before. So at this moment, in terms of closing that wall up and canceling the permit, that is in the hands of Beatrice Butchko, the 11th Circuit Court judge, because this case is currently an open, active case. And honestly, our position is Plumbing Experts required to finish the job before they decide to close that wall up. And of course, the court's going to have to decide who's responsible for making sure that that permit is closed and completed, and that wall is basically closed in. So until it's resolved in the 11th Circuit Court, we basically have no jurisdiction, because at this moment, our position is they need to fix the plumbing and fix the wall that they broke. They're saying that they're going to only fix it if we pay them $80,000 more for the job. So this is currently an open case in the 11th Circuit Court, in which, you know, that has far superior jurisdiction than this particular proceeding. So until we have a motion calendar on March 24th, 2021, and that's, of course, attached to the docket that I sent to you, we're going to bring this to the attention of the judge, Judge Beatrice Butchko, and we're going to ask her for an order, at the very least, to require them to at least close that little wall section up until this case is concluded. But until the court ruled on that, we're basically at a standstill.
Let me hear from the city attorney. I'm sorry, you were going to add something?
I said, in fact, they honestly didn't even start touching the plumbing. I guess I can give Steve a call and ask them, what would it take to just kind of, even if the court allow us to board it up until this is up, because they never even touched the plumbing. We can cancel the permit tomorrow, quite honestly. I just don't know what the procedures are. But if it's permitted for us to at least put a wood up there, if the court allows it, when we bring this to the court's attention on March 24th, What we're going to do is the court allows us to board it up. We can see if we can close the permit out because honestly, they didn't start any work. They just opened up the wall, saw what was in there, and tried to charge us more money. Hence, we have this lawsuit. And that's it.
Madam City Attorney.
Your Honor, since it's a new case, I'll defer to the officer whether you want an adjudication or if you object to the property owner getting an additional month to get some guidance from Judge Buchko as to whether or not that court ruling will impact the ability to get a permit.
Special Magistrate, we're okay with giving another 30 days. We would just ask that the Mr. Etienne would be in contact with us to keep us abreast of what's going on. As the officer stated, we are getting complaints from the tenants. So if it's another 30 days, that's not a problem.
Okay. I know that you said that you have a court date coming up on the 24th. So let's table it for 30 days. And you can inform the city attorney as to where you are with this. And that way, if they have to remove it from the calendar, they can do so. But for now, we're going to table it for 30 days.
And by the way, we don't have any tenants in the building. The building's a condominium association. We have 39 unit owners. There's no tenants that actually live in the building. We have unit owners that live in the building. So they're all owners and they're all responsible for, so we're not an apartment complex is what I'm saying. And last thing, Madam Magistrate, as you know, because of COVID, jury trials have been postponed. Our goal here is to address this on March 24th. We're going to simply ask the court for an order to require them to at least kind of cover that hold up. But I'm not guaranteeing that it's going to be done. But in 30 days, I'll let you know what happens in court, and we'll go from there. Cool?
Okay. Yes. Thank you, sir.
The next two cases is 33 North Ave Apartments LLC, property address 13220 Northeast 3rd Avenue, case number MHVIO 2020-00028 and MHVIO 2020-00029. Both cases are for Gary Beswick, 15 and 16. Item 15 and 16 on the agenda.
Okay. Actually, I'm sorry. We have somebody here. We're going to pause on those cases, Magistrate. It appears that the other people that were waiting showed up. So let's do their cases.
That's for Karen.
Jose, we're ready for them.
This case is for Wu Gao, case number CEZPU 2019-00045. Property address is 987 Northeast 131 Street. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer. This is item 51 on the agenda.
Sir, can you please, he's muted.
There we go. Hello, can you hear me?
Please state your name, your full name, and relationship to the property.
Wu Gao, I'm the property manager. Property owner.
Okay. What did you get the location?
What's that?
What's the address?
987 Northeast 131 Street, North Miami, Florida 33161.
Thank you, sir. Swear in, please.
What's that?
You're going to
Sir,
swear
can you
you
please
in.
raise your right hand for me? Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 987 Northeast 131 Street was cited under CEZPU, reference zone prohibited use, for the conversion of the single family into multiple living units. Back in 2019, myself, the code director, the building official, we went out to the property. We walked through the property to try to ascertain what the property owner would need to do in order to come into compliance. The zoning manager also weighed in on it and stated that from his perspective that the property owner would need to comply with the code violation and would be required to convert the structure back into single-family use or obtain the appropriate permits and approvals to function as multifamily in that district.
Sir?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for the officer? Do you understand what the violation is?
Yeah, it's a duplex. The one that takes back to the normal. I speak to the zoning department like a couple days ago, like Monday. They say your house is like a quarter gas house. You can rent it, but you have to rent it by the Section 8 person. I said, yes, I can do it. I have he give me the paper to say I can do for the Section 8.
You said you have the paper for what?
For the zoning told me that you can't rent it, but you have to rent it by the Section 8, the Chapter 17, the Chapter 8. Sorry about that.
Isn't the violation the fact that they turned it into a multiple?
No, it's a duplex, not motor, because the time there was a current here, I always fixed back to the duplex. Fixed back to the one single in the front, one single in the back.
Okay, so it's a duplex.
Yeah, it's not motor. It's duplex, one in the front, one in the back. The one in the back.
You said it was a single family home.
Yes, I know that. The one we fixed is the one in the back there. I went to the zoning department like this Monday, and they say you can rent it, but you have to rent it by the Chapter 17, by the Section 8, by the Section 8 person.
Why do I feel like we're talking about two different things?
Yes, Your Honor, I can explain it. I can explain it.
Now my tenant, they want to move it out anyway. So you guys, can you give me a month to let them tenants move out? So I have to go for the Section 8.
Okay, give me 1 second, sir. I need some clarifications. Go ahead, Mr. Besley.
Gary Beswick from City of North Miami Building Department. I was in the meeting that he's referring to, and I'm very familiar with the property. The property is a single-family home with illegally guest quarters in the back. It wasn't intended for rental. It was intended for guests of the family per se. So it's a legal structure was permitted way back when. So basically, the zoning manager told him that we have an ordinance where we allow him to rent that part, but it got to be to low income or moderate income family individual only. But at this point, that's not what he's doing. But it's not a duplex. It's a single family home with a legal guest quarters.
Do you say legal or illegal?
Legal.
Okay, so it is legal, but he can rent it out to Section 8. I think that's what he says.
Yeah.
You have to sign a covenant. You have to sign a covenant with the city. Okay. To do that, but currently that's not what he was doing. The intent of the place was for guests. It wasn't rented out.
Yeah, but my tenant, he said my tenant this month is gonna move out, so I gotta do for the Section 8. He's still working on that one.
Did you fill the application or you just take it?
No, he's gonna leave. My tenant.
Did you sign the agreement, the covenants with the zoning? With zoning, did you sign that covenant?
I did not do the what's that called, the paperwork for the COVID.
You signed. Did you fill it out? Or you still have it in your hand? That's what you have in your hand.
You told me they don't have any paper. You have to go with your lawyer, make them print out the paper, do it there. The zoning don't have any paperwork for that.
Okay, so basically, so in order to abate your violation, your tenant that's currently there have to vacate.
What's that?
In order to abate your current violation, the tenant need to vacate. It wasn't designed for you to rent it.
I think he says that the tenant will vacate in a month. Is that what you said?
Yes.
The tenant didn't move out this month.
Okay. All right, so what is the CD seeking?
An adjudication, because up until this day, he's still in violation of the zone prohibited use where the single family is being rented as a multifamily. So per what Mr. Beswick stated, he would have to get that paperwork drawn up, have it signed between him and the city, which will allow him to do the Section 8 rentals. But until then, he's not in compliance.
Okay. All right, sir. How long are you going to need? Can I give you 60 days?
Yes, that would be better.
All right. So, sir, I do find that you are still in violation. I find in favor of the city. I will enter an adjudication. I'm giving you 60 days. So that brings you to July 8th. What does that mean? July 8th, by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, sir, there will be a daily fine amount of $500. Okay?
Okay.
All right, sir. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you so much. That's it?
That's it.
Have a good day.
Is that his only case?
Yes, Gary. The next two cases on the agenda are item 15 and 16, 33 North Miami Apartments LLC, case number MHVIO 2020-00028 and MHVIO 2020-00029. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. The property, they was cited for land clearing and grubbing without permits. They did apply for a permit. The permit was issued, the check was bounced, so technically there is no permit. They was notified of that, so we are seeking adjudication.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $500.
Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is item number 17, Andy Sosa. The case number is CERCV 2020-00085, property address 860 Northeast 142 Street. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer. Is he here? 17 Andy Sosa.
Good afternoon, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 860 Northeast 142 Street was cited to apply and obtain an administrative variance in order to store an RV in the rear of the property. The property was posted on February the 19th, 2021. As of the final reinspection date, the RV remains on the property and there's still no administrative variance on file. I have been in communication with the property owner, Mr. Andy Sosa. He is aware of what he needs to do in order to come into compliance, but there's still no compliance.
All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, that I find that the violation still exists. Find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Actually, also find proper notice. And given proper notice, the owner has failed to appear Interim adjudication, owner has until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there'll be a daily fine amount of
how much?
Magistrate, how much is the daily fine? You cut out.
Are you good? 500.
Thank you. The next case is Bustos Navas, case number CEPFY 2020-00156, property address 1455 Northeast 140th Street. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 1455 Northeast 140th Street was cited for parking on the front lawn. The property was posted on February the 19th of this year, and as of the final reinspection date, vehicles still remain parked on the lawn, and there's no compliance.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation exists. Also find good notice, given proper notice, the owner has failed to appear. I hereby enter an adjudication. I find in favor of the city and enter an adjudication. Property owner has until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of, that was the parking, correct?
Yes.
There would be a daily fine amount of $200.
The next case on the agenda is for Enterprise 305 LLC, case number CEFAW 2020-00045. Property address 11410 North Bayshore Drive. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Co-Compliance Officer. This is a new case for a fence that's located in the front of the property address 11410 North Bayshore Drive. I originally cited this property as the prior officer for that zone retired and left the city. I was tasked to follow up on his inspections, follow up what was going on. Long story short, I closed out the old violation, opened up a new one. For the fence, as you see in the picture depicted, wood fence. He has a cement and wood fence. The wood part of it is in a little need of repair. I sent a notice on October 28th of 2020, did not receive a response as of last week. Thursday, March 11th, fence still remains in need of some repairs. I am showing that proper service was given. The notice to appear was posted at the property on February 25th, 2021. And as you're verifying here, the pictures of what the property looks like as of last week, Thursday.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. I hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Property owner has until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $250.
The next item on the agenda is for Exotic Car Storage LLC, case number CEZPU 2020-00035. Property address 1580 Northeast 131 Street. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer. 2020.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property was cited for zone prohibited use, referenced as outdoor lift. I initially received a complaint from Durham. They were out there doing their own inspection when they observed the lift being used outside, and per our city code, in the M1 district, major and minor auto repairs have to be conducted within a enclosed structure. And as you can see in the photo here, dated March 12th of this year, they're still doing work on cars using the lift. I did speak with the property owner. He wasn't aware that what he was doing was a violation. I did advise him to contact the zoning department in order to find out what it was that he would need to do to be in compliance, where on his property he can move the lift so that he'd no longer be in violation. As of the final reinspection date that I was there on the 12th, he's still not in compliance because the lift is still there and they're still using it. Proper notice was given. I handed him the violation on February the 18th of this year.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. I hereby find in favor of the city and enter an adjudication. Owners have until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $350.
The next item on the agenda is Francis Jacob, case number CEWRA 2020-00006. Property 2418 Northeast 135 Street. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
How many more cases do we have left on the calendar?
$14.
14?
Yes.
Okay. After this, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Co-Compliance Officer. This is a case for address numbers not being installed on the rear of the property. This violation for property address 1418 Northeast 135 Street, which originally cited October 20th, 2020, whereas during my normal inspections on the waterways, I noticed address numbers that weren't installed on the rear of the property. I sent a letter to the property owner. I have had conversations and have sent emails back and forth to the property owner, whereas he stated that the property owner, the tenant in his unit had chemo, so he stated he was uncomfortable with going in there to install any numbers. As I advised him, the numbers are on the rear of the property, so you wouldn't have to really go inside to install anything. As of last week, Thursday, March 11th, the address numbers still weren't installed in the rear of the property. I am showing proper service was given. The notice to appear was posted at the property February 22nd, 2021, and had a conversation with this property owner this morning, so he's very much aware of this hearing today.
Okay. And that's just for the numbers, right?
Yes, this is for the address number that's in the rear of the property. He said
it looks like this is not the case that we just heard. It looks like the same property, no?
And as you see, he's the corner house, and as I stated in the previous one, this entire is about, it starts at 2402 and it goes to 2418 for that entire, I guess I would say that entire complex. It's a condo that has about 10 units there, and again, it goes from 2402 to 2418. And he's the corner unit at 2418. I thought maybe, I couldn't see it because of the boat or something of that nature. But again, he stated that, he hasn't been able to visit the property. He is a owner of Keystone, so he's close, very close in nature to this property. But again, he stated that he hasn't had time to visit it to install numbers.
Are you asking for him to install people to install their individual unit number or building numbers?
No, individual unit numbers. All of these are individual condos, and the individual structures on
What's
here.
the main number to the unit?
This one is 2418. This unit is 2418.
This building is 2418 or the unit?
Each one, each one has a different unit.
I understand, but I'm
There's-
asking what is the building number?
There's no, each one has a different unit, different number. There's no like 2402-2418. Everyone has a different number for this
So if someone at
complex.
the bottom whose unit is being blocked by the mangroves, how would we, are we?
These are
asking that?
two-story buildings. They're right next door to each other. So it's just a top and bottom. So 2402, there's 2402, then there's 2404. They're right next to each other, all aligned one by one.
My question is, if we're asking them to individually mark their unit numbers and the bottom level is blocked by the mangroves, are we asking people on the bottom level to put their unit numbers as well, whether we can see them or not?
There's the bottom number is there. These are two-story buildings, so it wouldn't be a bottom number. 2418 is top and bottom. He would have to install it, let's say, at the top of his building. He would have to install it at the top of his building.
The issue that I'm having on this case is the same one that I had with the other gentleman. The only difference is that this person failed to appear. What I am saying is the entire rear of these buildings are blocked because of the mangrove. So the letters may very well be there. The other gentleman was honest enough to tell us that he didn't have it, that he's going to put it. But my issue is you can barely see the building.
And I
so what are we? Or do they have the right to cut down the mangrove? So or it's
I would say mangroves are a protected tree.
Exactly.
So they would have to actually install it just as the gentleman stated. Should I put it at the top of my unit? It would have to be located somewhere along the top of the building, whereas I can clearly see it, hopefully through the mangroves. It would have to be, again, installed at the top.
This is a really tall ask to ask these folks to do something when we can barely see some of these buildings. You can't even see anything. They don't have the authority to cut down the trees, and then we're asking them would go higher with the numbers. Maybe there are numbers on the building in the back, but you can't see it. I certainly cannot see it through the mangrove. So what are we doing?
Yeah, Magistrate, I'm going to ask that we just table the item. Let me look into this issue a little bit further. I'm not comfortable with it either. So let me look into this issue a little closer.
Please, thank you.
Are we going on a break?
Yes, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Let me go to the restroom.
I'm back.
Okay. All right, we'll get moving to the next case.
Karen. We're moving on to Goslin Properties LLC, case number CEBPR 2020-00033. The address is 810 Northeast 125 Street. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer. It's item 30 on our agenda. Goslin Properties.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis, the property 810, correction, 8, is it?
Yeah, it is 810.
No, that's the plaza. The actual business unit is 812 Northeast 125 Street. The plaza 810 Northeast 125 Street was cited, referenced interior renovations that were being conducted at the storefront 812 Northeast 125. They did submit a permit application. However, at the time, the permit was not approved or issued and had since expired. They were requested to contact the building department to make the necessary revisions to get their permit approved. I came across the violation after one of the North Miami police officers was on routine and she observed a broken window. And upon taking pictures and citing for the broken window, that's when I observed the work that was being done on the interior. The property was posted on February the 18th at 10:35 a.m. As of the final reinspection date, there's been no contact from the property owner or the tenant for that specific unit, and there's no permits on file.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice. Given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $500.
The next case on the agenda is James Poligno, case number CERCB 2020-00091, property 1164 Northeast 131 Street. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami, Co-Compliance Officer. This is a case for a recreational vehicle, being a boat, that's parked on the side of the property. I initially cited this property on December 28, 2020, whereas the boat was parked on the front driveway. Upon sending my initial notice, the property owner moved the boat to the side of the property. I then sent a second letter because I thought maybe there was a miscommunication since he moved it from the front to the side, whereas he thought compliance was met. I fully explained to him that regardless of where the boat was parked, variance needed to be obtained from the Community Planning and Development Department. Upon our last conversation, the week before last, when I posted when I was taking pictures of the property and just was following up before we got a notice to appear, the property owner stated he was working on getting the administrative variance and getting the signatures needed. As of last week, Thursday, reinspection date, March 11th, application still had not been submitted for the variance. I am showing proper service was given. I posted the property on February 22nd, 2021, advising the property owner of today's hearing.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. Find in favor of the city. Also find proper notice. And given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. I hereby enter an adjudication. Owners have until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $200.
The next case on the agenda is for Jeremy Desremieux, case number MHVIO 2020-00058, property 460 Northeast 140th Street. Gary Beswick is the officer. That's probably Shanna's case.
That's mine.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. The property was cited to fail to obtain a required permit for windows installed without permit. As of this morning, when I checked the system, there's no permits that are being applied for. At the time when I undid the notice to appear, the lady identified herself as a property owner and she swears she got a permit. So I told her when she get a permit from the contractor, she can hand it to me because there's nothing in our system. I gave her the notice on February 22nd, 2021. Mrs. Elizabeth at 10:45 a.m. and I haven't seen any application or permit for the windows that was installed. So seeking adjudication.
Right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. I hereby find in favor of the city and enter adjudication. The property owner has until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $250.
The next item on the agenda is for Jonathan Palacios, case number MHVIO 2019-00483, property address 1345 Northeast 130th Street. Gary Beswick is the officer. Jonathan Palacios, item 34.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. Property was cited failed to obtain a required permit for interior and exterior alteration renovation in progress. Let's see. I'm gonna see the pictures, Chris. As of today, there is no permits that are being applied for or obtained in our system. Those are the pictures depict for what was going on when it was first cited. The property was posted Property was posted on February 22nd, 2021 at 11:59 a.m. Affidavit of posted as on file. Seeking adjudication.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. I find in favor of the city. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. I hereby enter an adjudication. Owners have until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $500.
The next item on the agenda is Julia Arendelle, case number CEPFY 2020-00146, property 1055 Northeast 134th Street. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer. Item 35.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 1055 Northeast 134th Street was cited for parking on the front lawn. I initially received several complaints via our MyNomi platform. So I went out to the property, made contact with the property owner, gave her a courtesy notice, explained to her that she couldn't park on the front lawn, gave her alternatives on where she can park on the swale, and how to obtain a permit for either gravel, pavers. But as of the final reinspection date, there's still no compliance. The property was posted on February the 18th of this year, and as of the final reinspection date, there's still no compliance.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. Also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $200.
The next two items on the agenda are for Karen Webb, same property, 13105 Exora Court, case number MHVIO 2019-00467, and case number RCCOR 2019-00054. Gary Beswick is the officer on both cases.
You said same property?
Yes.
Okay.
Karen Webb is the name.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick to the City of North Miami Building Department. Property was cited for installing windows without permits. As of today, there is no permits on the file. Those are windows. Property was posted with notice to appear on February 18, 2021, 2:33 p.m. Affidavit of posting is on file. We're seeking adjudication.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Also find in favor of the city. I find good notice, and given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. I enter an adjudication. Property owner has until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of, I didn't document for windows. What I've been doing, $250.
Yeah, that's fine.
We've had a lot of windows today. I need to keep my numbers straight to make sure.
It's a condo. Okay, it's a condo.
Huh?
This is a condominium.
It's a condominium? Okay. All right, $250.
In the second case, RCCOR 2019-00054.
Basically, Gary Beswick, City of North Miami Building Department, property owner failed to obtain an approved reoccupancy prior to title transfer. As of today, there is no approved reoccupancy for the title, for current owner having the title transfer. Affidavit of service is on file. The property was posted with notice to appear on February 18, 2021 at 2:33 p.m. Seeking adjudication.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owner has until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $200.
The next case on the agenda is Luis Sinsajoa. Case number MHVIO 2019-00485, property 14045 Northeast 7th Avenue. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick, City of North Miami Business Department. The property was cited to enclose in the carport. It was without required permit at the time we cited. That's when there was in the process of enclosing the carport.
You said enclosure of the carport?
Yeah, they enclosed the carport without permit. The affidavit posting was done on February 22nd, 2021 at 10:53 a.m. You need to see the picture?
Seeking adjudication, yes, sir.
Yes, the adjudication.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. I also find in favor of the city and enter an adjudication. The owners have until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $500.
The next case is from Maria Acevedo. Case number MHVIO 2019-00372, property 775 Northwest 124th Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. The property was cited for the stucco of the exterior of the house and concrete driveway installation without a required permit. As of this morning, there is no permit that has been applied or obtained for. Those are the pictures of when the work was in process. Affidavit of service is on file. The property was posted to notice to appear on February 19, 2021 at 11:20 a.m.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. I hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $300.
Okay.
The next case on the agenda is from Monica Davis, case number CEBPR 2019-00047. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of April the 8th. Fine set was $250. Property address 13280 Northeast 16th Avenue. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Did you say abatement date April 8th?
Yes.
Of what year?
2020.
Oh, okay.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. As already stated, this is property address 13280 Northeast 16th Avenue for building without permit. As shown in the pictures depicted, there is an awning that was installed in the rear of the property without first obtaining the permits. Property was already presented before the magistrate, found guilty in January of 2020. As of my last reinspection on February 22nd, posted the property on February 22nd, 2020 for the notice to appear. Thought that maybe that would trigger her to give me a call because we have communicated in the past about this violation in property. Have not had any contact with her since the last hearing. As of last week, Thursday, March 11th, violation still remains. The permit has been submitted to the city, but it's been denied, a couple of times due to different issues that's going on, I guess, with the permit. Again, property was posted February 22nd, 2021, so proper notice was given.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. The daily fine amount is hereby ratified retro to the abatement date of, what was it, April 8th, 2020.
The next case on the agenda is Nadaima Gracia, case number MHBIO 2020-00071. Address is 2391 Bayview Lane. Gary Beswick is the officer. Gary. Okay. Item number 41, Nadaima Gracia.
You don't have anything in the file.
No? Oh, that's the one I put in yesterday.
You put the information in yesterday? Oh.
The one you sent an email? No, I replied to your email. Okay.
I probably haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's in there. Well, you can't see it from here?
All you have to do is
attachments.
I don't know what, you can access the evening from here?
We can table the item, Special Magistrate. The record is not properly prepared. Next case, Clark.
The next case is R&M Investment Group, CEFLR 2020-00039, property address 14060 West Dixie Highway. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Good afternoon, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 14060 West Dixie Highway was cited to renew and pay the outstanding fees for their business tax receipt for the business Biz Variety Store. The notice to appear was hand delivered to Eric on February the 20th at 11 a.m. As of the final reinspection date, an internal records search revealed that there's still no business tax receipt on file for the business Biz Variety Store.
Okay. What was the name of the business?
It's called Biz Variety Store, B-I-Z, Variety Store.
Okay. Did you tell me about notice?
Yes, it was served to Eric on February the 20th at 11 a.m.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the testimony of the code enforcement officer, I find that the violation still exists. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owner has failed to appear. Now, why am I not able to see a picture of what you're telling me? The notice.
Oh, you want to see the notice?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you said tax receipt, right?
That's tax receipt, correct.
Okay, I just don't want a situation where with the same gentleman, what happened earlier, where he was holding on to his tax receipt, but you guys were not able to see it in your system.
Actually, Magistrate, I was waiting until the end of the hearing to kind of double back on that issue. It actually turns out we confirmed with the Business Tax Department that he was in possession of the tax receipt for the entire plaza and not his particular business. So his business actually indeed was not in compliance. So the building, the plaza itself was issued a business tax receipt and a certificate of use as required by the code. However, the business itself did not have the required tax receipt and certificate of use.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
So I would actually request that because he was already gone, that we, and an adjudication had already previously been entered, that we just table it and bring him back again next month to readdress the issue.
Okay. That's interesting. And I wonder how he was able to get a copy.
I think he may be the owner. He is the owner of the plaza. So he's the owner of the plaza and the owner of the business. So he would have needed 2 separate BTRs and 2 separate CUs.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. I also find good notice. Given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear, hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owners have until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $250.
The next case
hold on, sorry. And as we were discussing the prior case, did you want to reverse your ruling and table those 2 cases for the previous gentleman so that we can bring him back, Magistrate?
You're going to have to recall the case. Put it on
item 26 and 27, Ferrer Carpentier, case number CEFOB 2020-00032 and CEZCU 2020-00065.
Okay. Put on the record what your findings are as it relates to this address.
I'll have the officer make the testimony.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer, property address 13202 West Dixie Highway, regarding the certificate of use in the business tax receipt. After further investigation, after the case was already presented, it was brought to our attention that what the property owner was showing was actually for the entire plaza, not for the actual business, being Top Haitian Restaurant that needed the business tax receipt and certificate of use. So we're asking that you rescind whatever the prior adjudication was. I think it was to dismiss it. We're asking that it be tabled. I'll make sure to have some type of communication with the business owner and the property owner explaining, what's needed again. But we're asking that that case be tabled to the next hearing so that I can fully explain to the business what's needed.
Okay. Based on the new information presented, I will reverse my ruling and then we will table this matter. And for our next hearing date, would that be May 13th?
Yes.
Okay. So we will table this until May 13th. Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is Roberto Filho, case number CEWRA 2020-00009, property 2412 Northeast 135 Street. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer, property address 2412 Northeast 135 Street. This is again for that complex, that condo complex with the address numbers in the rear. I would be comfortable with saying, let's table this for 1 month. Let me go back out on the boat, make sure that I'm seeing what I'm seeing and, address this properly. I will make sure to, knock on some doors and make contact with the property owners and see where it would be, what is the best place for them to place these numbers before requesting any type of adjudications or moving forward with this? So again, if we can, I'm asking that we table this so that I can do a little bit more investigating with the property owners as well as with our director and see how we want to move forward with presenting this, these for this unit.
Yes, I think that this is the best way to move forward with those properties. So your request is granted.
The next case is for Roger Gonzalez, case number MHVIO 2020-00213, property 1580 Northeast 141 Street. Gary Beswick is the officer. Item 46, Roger Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the city of. Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the city of North Miami. The department is property was cited for failure to obtain a required permit for front porch roof and carport roof removal and replacement in progress without permit. As of today, they have not obtained a permit as yet. Property notice of appeal was handed to a young man on February 22nd, 11:25 a.m. Affidavit of services on file. There's a picture of the violation.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation still exists. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owner has failed to appear. I hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Property owner has until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $500.
Thank you.
The next case on the agenda, Savelita Magnan, case number MHVIO 2019-00383, property 1340 Northwest 124th Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the city of North Miami Building Department. Property was cited for construction, a rear addition of the house that was done without permit. Notice to appear was posted on February the 19th, 2021 at 11:12 a.m. Affidavit of services on file.
What they did do, the roof?
No, the back. See this back section? See this back section? Okay,
Let me see.
See that back section was add-on to the house without permit.
This is an add-on?
Without permit.
Okay, wow.
Yeah. So we're seeking adjudication.
You scroll too fast with the notice, please.
Okay, hold on.
Go back a little bit. Okay.
Oh.
You can look on the screen.
Okay. All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. I also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. This one is so outrageous. I know that I have been issuing daily fines at $500. They built an entire unit back there without pulling a permit.
Yes, correct.
What's the maximum fine again?
$1,000 per day.
Huh?
$1,000 per day for an initial fine, $5,000 for a repeat.
Okay. Owners have until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $1,000.
The last case on our agenda is Sophia Hall, case number MHVIO 2019-00375, property address 1370 Northeast 139th Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami. The property was cited for installing windows and doors without required permits. Notice to appear was handed to a young man outside the property on February 22nd, 2021 at 11:47 a.m. Affidavit of service is on file. And the pictures those are the windows and the doors that was installed. There's no permits on file.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, I find that the violation does exist. Also find good notice, given proper notice, the owners have failed to appear. Hereby find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication. Owner has until May 6th by which to resolve the violation. If the violation is not resolved by the abatement date, there will be a daily fine amount of $350.
That concludes our agenda, Special Magistrate.
Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you. Bye. And Jennifer, yes. I hope that was water in that wine glass.
It was. Have a good one.
Bye.